All right, clerk, you ready? A few minutes, okay. All right, good morning, everyone. We've got a long one today. Includes 5 proclamations, 3 workshops, decently sized consent agenda, special meeting on top of all the other standard hearings and items. And I think we do have at least 1 member on Zoom, so every vote today will be a roll call vote today. So I hope everyone ate their Wheaties this morning and cancels their dinner plans for this evening. I think we're going to be here a bit. Clerk, please call the roll.
All right, Councilmember Soria. Absent at the moment. Councilmember Carbasi.
Here.
Councilmember Arias.
Presente.
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Brettefeld.
Here.
Vice President Maxwell.
Present.
Thank you, sir. And Council President Esparza.
Present.
All right.
So next we'll have the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone will please stand. And our invocation today will be by Malkiat Singh with the Sikh Institute of Fresno. Welcome.
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਅਰਦਾਸ ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਸ੍ਰੀ ਭਗਉਤੀ ਜੀ ਸਹਾਇ। ਵਾਰ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਭਗਉਤੀ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹੀ ਦਸਵੀਂ ਪ੍ਰਥਮ ਭਗਉਤੀ ਸਿਮਰ ਕੈ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਲਈ ਧਿਆਏ। ਫਿਰ ਅੰਗਦ ਗੁਰ ਤੇ ਅਮਰਦਾਸ ਰਾਮਦਾਸੈ ਹੋਈ ਸਹਾਇ। ਅਰਜਨ ਹਰ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਨੋ ਸਿਮਰਉ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਹਰਿ ਰਾਏ। ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਹਰਿ ਕ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਨ ਧਿਆਈਐ ਜਿਸ ਡਿਠੇ ਸਭ ਦੁਖ ਜਾਏ। ਤੇਗ ਬਹਾਦਰ ਸਿਮਰਿਆ ਘਰ ਨੌ ਨਿਦਾਵੈ ਧਾਏ। ਸਭ ਥਾਈਂ ਹੋਏ ਸਹਾਇ। 10ਵਾਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਿੰਘ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਸਭ ਥਾਈਂ ਹੋਏ ਸਹਾਇ। 10 ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹੀਆਂ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਜੋਤ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਪਾਠ ਦੀਦਾਰ ਦਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਧਰ ਕੇ ਬੋਲੋ ਜੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ। ਹੇ ਨਿਮਾਣਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਮਾਣ ਨਿਤਾਣਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਤਾਣ ਨਿਉਟਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਓਟ। ਹੇ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ। ਧੰਨ ਧੰਨ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ। ਆਪ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਹਾਜ਼ਰ ਨਾਜ਼ਰ ਜਾਣਦਿਆਂ ਹੋਇਆ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਹਜ਼ੂਰ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਹੈ। ਸਿਟੀ ਆਫ ਫ੍ਰੈਜ਼ਨੋ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਸਾਹਿਬਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਤੰਦਰੁਸਤੀ ਦੀ ਦਾਤ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਨੀ। ਇਹ ਸੈਸ਼ਨ ਆਰੰਭੇ ਹੋਏ ਸੈਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਦੌਰਾਨ ਚੰਗੀ ਕਾਰਜ ਕੁਸ਼ਲਤਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਇਮਾਨਦਾਰੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਚੰਗੇ ਕਾਰਜ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਬਲ ਉਦਮ ਬਖਸ਼ਣਾ, ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਸੀ ਭਾਈਚਾਰਾ ਮਿਲਵਰਤਨ, ਕਾਰਜਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਫਲਤਾ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਨੀ। ਇਹ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਚਰਨ ਕਮਲਾਂ ਪਾਸ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਨ ਕਰਨੀ ਜੀ। ਉਹ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਗਿਆ ਬਖਸ਼ੋ, ਇਹ ਸੈਸ਼ਨ ਆਰੰਭ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਆਗਿਆ ਬਖਸ਼ੋ। ਸਹੀ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਮੇਲ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਮਿਲਿਆਂ ਤੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਚਿੱਤ ਆਵੇ, ਨਾਨਕ ਨਾਮ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ, ਤੇਰੇ ਭਾਣੇ ਸਰਬੱਤ ਦਾ ਭਲਾ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਬੋਲੇ ਸੋ ਨਿਹਾਲ, ਸਤਿ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ।
Glory is to God. First, we remember the God Almighty, and then we remember the beings through which He manifested Himself on earth. Guru Nanak, we remember you, then Guru Angad, then Guru Amardas, and Guru Ramdas. Stay with us always. Guru Arjan, Guru Har Gobind, and we remember Guru Har Rai. We remember Sri Guru Har Krishan, remembering, keeping whom in your mind will relieve you of all of your worries. Remember Guru Tegh Bahadur, who in the remembrance of you are freed of all of your sorrows. We then remember the 10th Guru Sri Guru Gobind Singh, and all of their teachings are embodied in the Sri Guru Granth Sahib, the scripture of the Sikhs. And remembering all of them and all of the teachings that they have imparted upon us, we say Waheguru, the name of God. Waheguru. O God, the helper of the helpless, the strength of the weak, the support of the fallen, and the true Father of all, in this session of the City Council, please grant the council members all good health. As the meeting begins, give them the ability to successfully execute their duties, to ethically and faithfully fulfill their oaths of office, and grant them camaraderie and cooperation for the success of the city. We ask your permission to begin this session, and we remember you always in all of the works that we do. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Grace be to God. Bole So Nihal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge. All right, we'll move on to approval of the agenda. City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from the agenda or special meetings?
Yes. Yes, there are. Test, test. All right. So first, I'd like to announce that Vice President Maxwell will be joining the meeting via Zoom today, and all votes will be by roll call. We do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available via Zoom. Closed captioning is available via the City of Fresno website, and we do have our in-house Spanish translator, and she will quickly let the audience know what she can do for them.
Muy buenos días a todos. Esta junta se va a llevar a cabo en el lenguaje de inglés, pero tenemos interpretación simultánea en el lenguaje de español disponible en persona. Si gusta escuchar la junta en español, por favor encuéntreme atrás del cuarto hacia la izquierda para poder entregarle un dispositivo. De igual manera, si gusta participar en la porción de comentario público, hágalo con libertad, ya que también habrá interpretación disponible. Gracias.
Thank you, Amelia. And we do have separately noticed special meeting items for today. That includes closed session item ID 221195, Nelson Esparza versus City of Fresno. We also have consent calendar item ID 221196 regarding the resolution amending the council communication policy. Those were separately noticed for today. We do have a correction to the agenda. Consent calendar item 1A, that's for approval of the minutes. The agenda title for the 10 a.m. number 2 item on page 11 of the June 30th minutes didn't print, so that will be included in the published minutes. And so far for today, items removed from the agenda. File ID 221177, that is consent calendar item 1D as in dog, regarding actions pertaining to property acquisition for the proposed senior center facility that has been removed from the agenda by staff and has been tabled to August 11th. That is our next meeting. Also, schedule item 3B, B as in boy, 221144, regarding the workshop for Fat Forward update. That item has been removed from the agenda and tabled to August 11th. And the following items have been moved to the contested consent calendar. 1H, 221143, regarding the sale of property to Dr. Sandu. That has been moved to the contested consent calendar by Councilmember Carbasi. And the special consent calendar item 221196, regarding the communication policy, has also been moved to the contested consent by Councilmember Carbasi. Those are all the changes I have.
Okay, thank you, Clerk. Any additional changes? I'll go in order. Councilmember Carbasi, Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. I do want to pull for separate discussion, item 1C as in cat, item 1W, and I'd like to table to the next meeting, item 1E as in Edward. Legal counsel is doing some research for me on that matter, and the administration's aware. And then 1X to the next meeting. I haven't had a chance to meet with staff on this multi-million-dollar contract. And then for the record, Council President, item 1Z, as in zebra, does have an amendment per our discussion with the city manager's office, and the amendment would read that paragraph 3C of item 1Z, as in zebra, would state cash subsidies may be used to fund performances such as music, dance, and drama that demonstrate the culture of the city's diverse community. Performance subsidies shall now exceed $5,000 per performance. Just want to enter that amendment to the record for item 1Z as in zebra. Thank you.
So to confirm, I did have 1C and 1W pulled for discussion, 1E and 1X tabled.
Correct. And then I am recusing myself from the 10 a.m. number 4 item, even though I live a little over 1,000 feet of that area.
Okay. Councilmember Chavez.
No.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Do you want me, would I register no votes now on a couple of items?
If you'd like, is that okay, Clerk?
Yes.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay, so wanted to register a no vote on item K, Y, and AA. Oh, well, the AA is for discussion? No, that's different. No, a no vote on item AA as well, which is not for discussion. So it'd be K, Y, and AA.
Okay. Yeah, at least for now. See if anybody else pulls them. But.
Okay, thank you.
Council Vice President, anything you'd like to, any adjustments you'd like to make to the agenda?
No changes at this time, Council President. Thank you.
Okay, I don't have any further changes. For the record, I'll be recusing on the special closed session item that has my name on it. Can I get a motion to approve the balance of the agenda?
Motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes. All right. So this is approving the agenda as amended. Councilmember Soria, still absent. Councilmember Carbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld. Yes. Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
All right, approved.
All right, we have approval of the agenda. So let's move on to our ceremonial presentations. We have a number of guests here with us this morning. We'll take them roughly in order. We'll go the Parks one first, and that's going to be a proclamation for Parks and Recreation Month, sponsored by the Office of the Mayor and the City Manager.
All right, thank you, Council President. Appreciate all of you this morning. City Manager, if you would come down with me so we can recognize our Parks Department. Aldi Ramirez, our Assistant Director for Parks, if you would please come down. And you can bring your team with you. I know Aaron is, oh my gosh, did we shut down Parks? I know Aaron is not available, our director, but these are all some of the, a handful of the quality folks that we have working in our Parks and Recreation department. And so if you guys would all come up here, but today we have a opportunity as a city, not only myself, but the city council, to be able to represent our Parks and Recreation department. This is Parks and Recreation Month on a national level, so we get that opportunity to recognize them today. You know, we look around our city at the amount of green space that we have, and we look at all of the youth that are in our city, and we see that there is a tremendous need, obviously, to do more, and we are. And much of that thanks to Measure P, and much of that thanks to the staff that we have in our Parks and Recreation department. And if anything, we saw during the pandemic, when many of our youth were isolated and secluded, not going to school, how important the outdoors became. I did a number of youth forums with them, and I heard loud and clear how they had been impacted physically, emotionally, and mentally, and how important our parks and our recreation was to them. And then also for our young adults and older adults, the importance of our trails and our parks to each and every one of them. That amenity is very, very special within our neighborhoods. And we know how much our parks, the presence of a park or a trail, can increase property values within our city. So I just personally want to say thank you to the entire team for all of the things that you do. I know this morning we sent up many of our parks folks to Camp Fresno. We had 55 of our youth go up for a day camp. And we're sending up multiple youth every single week. This year we're sending 1,000 of our youth, most of those from disadvantaged neighborhoods, up to Camp Fresno at Dinky Creek. And they get to enjoy that, either a 1-day, 2-day, or a 3-day camp. So with that, the city manager would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor. So with Measure P, money in the city now, it's a tremendous resource, and it's a very tall order, and these are the staff members that are mainly responsible for making sure that that money gets out into the parks and programming. So thank you. It's a very tall order. I know a lot of times we think, you know, having a lot of money is a great thing, but with that comes a huge amount of responsibility and work. So thank you to all of you for all that you do, and puts your department at a much faster pace than previously, you know, you thought you were going to be working at. And I know Parks has traditionally been the poorest department in the city. So it's a great opportunity for you guys, and I can imagine having those types of resources must be a very welcome change. So thank you for all that you do in implementing everything for our community. And with that, Clerk, do you want to read the proclamation?
Whereas parks and recreation programs are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including the city of Fresno. Whereas our parks and recreation are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring the health of all citizens, and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of a community and region. And whereas parks and recreation programs build healthy, active communities and aid in the prevention of chronic disease, provide therapeutic recreation services for those who are mentally or physically disabled, and also improve the mental and emotional health of all citizens. And whereas parks and recreation programs increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansions of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of business, and crime reduction. And whereas parks and recreation areas are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community. And whereas parks and natural recreation areas improve water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, improve the quality of air we breathe, provide vegetative buffers to development, and produce habitat for wildlife. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month. And whereas Fresno recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Fresno does hereby proclaim July 2022 to be Parks and Recreation Month in the city of Fresno.
Thank you to the Parks team, and I know the last time we talked about parks for like 4 hours, though, it was only the Parks Director, so thank you all for the work that you do, and if you can just get our grasses a little greener, starting with Radio Park with my kid plays soccer.
Yes, thank you to
I
our
also
our
wanted
Parks
to
Department.
just chime in for a second, President, if that's
Yeah.
all right.
That's fine, Vice President.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate a lot of what the mayor and the city manager said to Aaron, Aldi, and the entire parks team. You guys are there working with me every week. It seems like I got a million parks projects going on, and you guys are on top of every single one of them, and you're getting them done quickly. And I really appreciate it. And I know we as council members like to think that our parks are the only parks in the entire city, but I know that you have dozens and dozens and dozens of parks citywide that you're working hard on. And so I just really appreciate the attention to detail, to all the projects, all the programming that you do. It really has made a big difference. And I appreciate some of that language in the proclamation about parks and investing in parks, increasing property tax value, and reducing crime. And I think those things get overlooked sometimes. We like to think of public safety as just, police officers. We know that's not the case. Police officers are a big part, but I truly believe that investing into our parks and green space does significantly reduce the crime. When we neglect our park space, we see the encampments move in and we see the children move out of the park space. And so, again, just really appreciate everything that you guys are doing. Thanks, Council President.
Thank you, Vice President. All right, thank you, folks. Thank you to our Parks Department. We appreciate you. So our next proclamation will be for Disability Pride and the 32nd anniversary of the ADA, and that's going to be sponsored by Vice President Maxwell. And I see Councilmember Carbasi headed down as well.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I want to thank Councilmember Vice President Maxwell for giving me the opportunity while he's not here to meet this wonderful little dog. So who do we have here today?
I know Barney's always the star.
His name is Barney?
Yes.
Well, he's a good boy. Okay. So my name is Mike Carbasi. I'm the Councilmember of Northwest Fresno, and this is sponsored by our Council Vice President, Tyler Maxwell. And believe it or not, folks, July is Disability Awareness Month. And it's not only celebrated in our great country, it's celebrated throughout the world, in South Africa and the United Kingdom. And it's to celebrate the passage in 1990, so a long time ago, of the Americans with Disabilities Act, which was really a landmark federal legislation that did something very important. It ensured that cities, counties, states, and governments accommodate through building code updates and all sorts of things, safety and accessibility for those that maybe have a disability, because they may have a disability, but it doesn't mean that they don't have every ability or right to enjoy parks and sidewalks and streets and trails and being able to get into buildings like this one through easy accommodations. So it's a wonderful, wonderful thing. And in 1976, Resources for Independence Central Valley was founded. So 14 years before the passage of the legislation, I can't imagine what that fight was like, but was able to fight for this landmark legislation. And as we've learned, unfortunately, recently in national events, some things that we rely upon can be taken away. So we have to continue to be aware and fight for what we believe in and the legislation that matters the most. So if you would introduce yourself and tell us about Barney, because Barney's the star.
Oh, Barney is the star. Hello, everyone. So my name is Sarah Harris. I'm the Director of Programs with Resources for Independence Central Valley. In front of me, we have my best friend, Shanier Derrick, and the star of the show, we have Barney. He's also my little pit bull chihuahua's boyfriend. So, that's an important thing to say. I really just want to thank the City of Fresno and Council Vice President Maxwell for recognizing how important Disability Pride and Awareness Month is, how important the ADA is, and recognizing that this partnership that we've shared in, trying to ensure as much as possible, because we'll never please everybody, but trying to please most and making things accessible and, always reaching out to us to say, hey, is this going to work? Is this not going to work? What's up? I also want to thank my friend over here, Shannon Mulhall, because she's always been right there helping us to fight this fight. And it's not over. To end, I just want to say that we had a great advocate that used to say, you just don't have a disability yet. As we age, things change. You lose your hearing, you lose your sight a little bit, at a time. And we get a little slower, right? And so things that are in the ADA are good for everybody. They do really help us all live and play together, and that's what's really important. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Shannon, I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you want to come up and say a few words about how you've noticed the ADA's made a difference?
Well, I wasn't planning this.
She's like, let me pull my speech out of my pocket.
If I have learned anything from my dear friend Sarah, the important thing is to pass the mic as often as possible and create platforms and opportunities for people with disabilities to really talk about what's important in this community. And I want to turn it back to Sarah and Resources for Independence Central Valley. They have been supporters of the city of Fresno and our efforts for accessibility and compliance, like you said, well before the ADA. And we've been blessed in our community to have such strong advocates, but also leadership that listens to our advocates and really prioritizes accessibility, because it's civil rights. And this is an important part of our community. So I'm going to leave it brief, pass the mic back. Thank you for all that you do in our community.
Oh, thank you. Nothing about us without us, guys.
I love that. And then our Council Vice President Maxwell is going to say a few words.
Hey, thank you again, Councilmember Carbasi, for helping me out with this proclamation. And my apologies to Resources for Independence Central Valley for not being able to attend in the chambers today. But I want to also just remark on the ADA as well, some of the good work from RICV. When we think of the Americans with Disabilities Act, I think a lot of people take it for granted. I think a lot of folks assume this has been around for 100 years or 50 years. This is relatively modern history that we're talking about, 1990, which is within most of our lifetimes that we were able to pass that legislation. And it took decades of people fighting and crawling up the steps, literally crawling up the steps of the US Capitol to get this legislation passed. And when the ADA passed in 1990, or George H.W. Bush, it banned discrimination based off of disability, whether that's physical or mental, and it changed the way we do a lot of things in this country, whether it's our hiring practices to how we build buildings across this entire country. And we wouldn't be able to do a lot of the good work of the ADA if it weren't for nonprofits like RICV, who have been doing great work in the Central Valley, not just Fresno County, but Madera, Merced, Tulare, and Kings County since 1976, providing all kinds of resources, advocacy, lobbying at the state and federal level, providing summer youth programs, telecommunication programs, help preparing those with disabilities for natural disasters and blackouts. You folks really have been doing some amazing work here in our community for many decades. Again, before this federal legislation was even passed, which is, I think, a true testimony to your good hearts and the great work that you've been doing here in the city of Fresno. And I think we could follow in your footsteps as a city trying to do some of that good work. And I am proud to announce that as of July 1st, by working with Kaiser Permanente, we have got a grant for $500,000 to allow folks with disabilities to ride our fixed route transit system free of charge. Anywhere in the city, any route, anywhere you need to go, free of charge on our fixed route. And I think that's a huge step forward. And I think we as a city need to continue fighting for the rights of those with disabilities, because we know it's an uphill battle and we know it's a struggle. And I really appreciate the folks at RICV for all the great work that you do. You'll always have the support of my office and the city. So thank you so much for coming down today and accepting this proclamation. My thanks again to Councilmember Carbasi for helping with the assist. And with that being said, City Clerk, if you could please read the proclamation at this time.
Todd, hold on one second. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Yeah, I just wanted to say a few words. My daughter serves over at Addicott School as a teacher, where they deal with moderate to severe children. And what she tells me is that God does not allow her to see the disability in those children. And it would be my hope and prayer that God would also not allow us to see the disability in people, but to see those as gifts. because it really is a gift that people have. And I believe that with all of my heart. And I want to say a special thank you to Sarah. She has served on our Measure C3 Renewal and has worked tirelessly for that effort. And I'm also going to be bringing her forward as an appointee to our Fresno County Transportation Authority. And I'll be bringing that before the council. It is a joint appointment between myself and the city of Fresno, as well as Clovis. So she will be the urban representative for us, and I might add a seat that's been vacant for probably 20 years or so. And so we have an agreement that Sarah's the right one for this, and I believe she's going to bring a lot of insight to us in terms of some of the things we can improve in how we offer transportation within our city, whether it is signal lights or the crosswalks or anything else, buses, etc. So thank you for your willingness to serve, Sarah.
Thank you.
Sir?
Whereas July has been widely recognized as Disability Pride Month to honor the battle fought by people with disabilities to have the Americans with Disabilities Act signed into law on July 26, 1990. And whereas the Americans with Disabilities Act established a mandate that protects the fundamental rights of people with disabilities, including the right to equal opportunity, economic self-sufficiency, and equitable participation. And whereas people with disabilities make up a significant percentage of the Fresno community and whose contributions are valued and welcomed. And whereas people with disabilities are people first and need to be recognized for who they are and not defined by their disability. And whereas Disability Pride Month is a time to create visibility and to highlight the contributions and accomplishments of this resilient community. And whereas Resources for Independent Central Valley is a grassroots, cross-disability, and consumer-driven organization that has empowered the independence of Fresnans with disabilities since 1976. And whereas the partnership between the City of Fresno and Resources for Independent Central Valley has increased the use of best practices for access and inclusivity for people with disabilities to have the opportunity to work and play. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Mayor and Fresno City Council, welcome all citizens of the City of Fresno to celebrate and recognize the importance of disability pride, not only in the month of July, but every day. And be it further resolved that we, the Mayor and Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim July 2022 in the City of Fresno as Disability Pride Month and the 32nd anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act.
Thank you again, Sarah, and to RICV. I appreciate all the work you folks are doing.
Fantastic. The next proclamation we are going to present is for Dr. Benjamin Boone Day, and that is sponsored by myself. All right, good morning. I want to welcome Dr. Benjamin Boone to City Hall today. For those of you who may not know Dr. Boone, he's a local saxophonist, a composer, and has been a professor at Fresno State for, I want to say, over 2 decades now. And I want to let the folks know here in the chamber that we are in the presence what I consider to be a local legend, or at least one in the making. And that is because Dr. Boone here has now won 3 Fulbright scholarships. And I want to give him a round of applause. Quite the accomplishment. So I considered him to be a gem in our community. I mean, it's Fulbright scholars are not a dime a dozen, and 3-time winners or awardees are even more rare. And he's a resident of our city. He's a resident in District 7. We're extremely proud of him and want to congratulate him. The most recent award I wrote it down here because it's a bit of a long one. But Dr. Boone here is headed to the Irish World Academy of Music and Dance at the University of Limerick. So you headed off to Ireland, and that, again, this will be your third Fulbright scholarship. So do want to go ahead and give you an opportunity to give you the floor to let folks know a little more about your travels, the work, and the great representation you'll provide Fresno all the way out in Ireland.
Well, I wasn't really prepared to do that, but thank you to Fresno State. There are tons of wonderful scholars and musicians and people there. I'm sure that you're aware of that, and I thank Fresno State for all of their support. And there's a vibrant arts community in Fresno, so thanks to those of you who are really supporting arts and poetry and Art Hop and Fresno Arts Council and all of those things. They really do help the vibrant art community in Fresno thrive. And I think it's money very, very well invested. And the U.S. Fulbright Scholar Program is actually part of the U.S. Department of State, and it's actually a peacekeeping thing established by the U.S. Senate after World War II to try to build understanding between peoples. And so I've been a part of the U.S. Embassy in Accra, and those of you that think, oh, diplomats and career politicians are all on this side or the other side, that's a bunch of malarkey. They are dedicated people who are trying to serve this country in the best way they can, and they put politics aside to get the job done. And that's my hope for Fresno, and that's my hope for this country.
Dr. Boone, you used the word malarkey. It's one of mine, and I think the president's favorite words, malarkey. So appreciate your vocabulary there. But again, we wanted to bring you out here to City Hall to provide you that platform and wish you the best on your travels, your forthcoming travels. We actually, I know today is July 21st, but we presented this proclamation to you a couple weeks ago. I didn't know at the time that he would still be in town, and when I found out Dr. Boone would still be here, I said, well, we got to do this right. We got to come down to City Hall and make the presentation there. And so that's why it'll actually be July 7th, but we're doing it right here today. And so, clerk, if you would please read the proclamation, and if Dr. Boone's family want to come down and grab pictures, we'll snap a few photos. But do you want to declare July 7th, Dr. Benjamin Boone Day, here in the city of Fresno?
Whereas Dr. Benjamin Boone received his undergraduate degrees in music theory and applied music jazz saxophone from the University of Tennessee, his Master of Music in Composition from Boston University, and his Doctor of Music Arts degree in Composition from the University of South Carolina. And whereas, as a classical composer, Dr. Boone's compositions have been performed in 35 countries, appearing on 28 recordings and headlined national news stories. His music has focused on writing music that addresses relevant cultural and environmental issues and aspires to instigate a greater sense of empathy and understanding. And whereas, throughout his career, Boone has received many distinguished awards for his knowledge and command of music, including the International Society of Contemporary Music, the Olympia International Prize for Composition, Boston University, the U.S. Department of State, and many more. And whereas Dr. Benjamin Boone has been serving as a professor at the California State University, Fresno for more than 20 years and is now a 3-time recipient of the Fulbright Scholarship to expand perspectives through academic and professional advancement and cross-cultural dialogue and creating connections in a complex and changing world. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Nelson Esparza, the Fresno City Council, and Mayor do hereby proclaim the 7th day of July, 2022 as Dr. Benjamin Boone Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you so much.
See you. Thank you. Good luck. Yeah, I probably won't see you. Yeah, take care. Okay, so that concludes the third proclamation of the day. The next proclamation is going to be honoring Community Service Officer Arlene Medina. Come on down, and that's sponsored by Councilmember Soria.
Good morning, everyone. It is my honor to be able to recognize a longtime employee of the city of Fresno. In particular, I wanted to personally recognize her because our office has had the great pleasure of working with Arlene for the last, at least the 2 terms that I've been here. And I've seen just the value in the work that she's done with the Fresno Police Department as our one of our stellar community service officers. She really is someone that has gone above and beyond what we ask of our employees. I will say that I've had opportunities to work with her on several community events where I know that she has poured her heart and soul in making sure that the relationships and trust that we build with the community in our police department is just of gold standard. So I wanted to take time to recognize her service of 25 years to the city of Fresno, in particular connected to the Fresno Police Department. And I think that it's telling. When I heard that she was leaving, as a CSO, I was kind of sad, but then I heard that she's still going to be staying with the city of Fresno in another capacity, which is, I think, a very critical capacity. But I will say that we will miss having her as our CSO, especially in the Central District, just because of the level of impact that you've had on individuals and the community-based organizations, and then just the neighborhoods that you've helped us really uplift. So I wanted to take a moment to say congratulations. Thank you for your work, for always going above and beyond for community, for those that don't traditionally have a voice here in our chambers. And so thank you for doing everything that you've done.
Yes, thank you, Arlene, for allowing me to join the proclamation this morning. I'm sorry I missed the surprise going away party last week. I was in Washington, D.C., so it's a great honor to be here with you this morning. This is the second time this year we've gotten to honor Arlene because she was actually chosen as our District 7 Woman of the Year. And we had a great ceremony and got to say a lot of great things about her and talk about her work out here in the foyer here in City Hall. So, you know, we want to say to you from District 7 and just the city at large and the Central District at large, just how grateful we are for the work you've put in, for all the neighborhoods you've organized. You know, the most successful neighborhoods in our city are those ones where the neighbors are able to come together and be that social fabric of the community. And Arlene is a great facilitator of that. And I know the work you've done, I don't think you'll ever know the full impact because it's going to be kind of residually there throughout time. So we appreciate you, appreciate your work, and best of luck in this next chapter.
Thank you so much.
And we want to pass it on to you to say a few words.
I'd like to thank the city of Fresno and thank you for the opportunity. It was the first time that I felt like what I would do privately in ministry or anything and work collided. So I really appreciate the opportunity and look forward to my new job with the Office of Independent Review and being out in the community. Thank you so much. Thank you guys so much, both of you, all of you.
Mr. Clerk, if you could read the proclamation for the record.
Whereas the city of Fresno is honoring Arlene Medina for her 25 years of service with the Fresno Police Department. Arlene is a public safety pioneer in the Fresno community, and she has played an important role at the city while advancing through the ranks of law enforcement. Her career with the Fresno Police Department began in 1997 in the Records Bureau. She then served as a field training officer from 1997 until 2004, when she rose to become a community service officer for the Northeast Policing District. Arlene joined the Police Activities League in 2007, and she then returned to the Gang Prevention Initiative in 2016. Since 2021, she has served as a Community Service Officer 2 for the Central Policing District. And whereas Arlene has been a pioneer in the Mentoring Children of Prisoners program, working to prevent children of incarcerated individuals from repeating cycles of crime. She has been a leader in the Mayor's Gang Prevention Initiative to prevent young people from joining gangs and the tattoo removal program that helped former gang members remove their gang-affiliated tattoos. And whereas, as a Community Service Officer 2, Arlene has hosted and organized countless community events to connect neighborhoods with the police department that serves them. Arlene's successful events include Badges Building Bridges, annual Community Thanksgiving Day dinners, and the Magic 2017 Regional Gang Summit. And whereas the two most prominent community events organized by Arlene have been the annual Halloween Trunk or Treat and the annual Santa's Village Christmas events. These events provided over 5,000 meals to families and gave children safe places to enjoy holiday festivities. These events also served as a vital community resource where families could receive assistance navigating public safety and social services. Arlene has worked tirelessly for the community, both on and off the clock, building lasting relationships within communities throughout Fresno. And whereas the City of Fresno sincerely thanks you, Arlene Medina, for 25 years of dedicated service to the Fresno Police Department. Your commitment to public safety, love for the people of Fresno, and tireless community building has helped improve the quality of life for everyone in our city. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Fresno, Mayor, and City Council congratulate Arlene Medina on her 25 years of service with the Fresno Police Department in the City of Fresno, and hereby proclaim July 21st to be Arlene Medina Day in the City of Fresno.
So congratulations, and I think the mayor has a couple words, just a couple.
Just not many. Thank you, Councilwoman. Arlene, it's been an honor to work with you for well over 20 of those years in the police department, and I remember fond memories of her working for in our Mayor's Gang Prevention Initiative with Maggie Navarro and all the things that you were involved in then, and being able to give an alternative lifestyle to a lot of those folks that were leaving the gang lifestyle. And the futures you have changed, you'll never know, but I know there were a lot of them. And then to be a community service officer, you did an incredible job, a stellar job. You can tell the districts who have good community service officers because you never hear from them because they go through their community service officer. And that was the case in Central, as we all know. And now she's going over to, as I told John Gliata, who's our independent reviewer, police reviewer. I said, he said now she's coming to work for me. And I said, John, no, you're going to work for her, trust me. So congratulations, Arlene, you well deserved. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. Lastly, certainly not least, we have an announcement from our city clerk. That's going to be with respect to our Summer Employee of the Quarter recipients. Congratulations.
So the people on this list are truly outstanding employees for the City of Fresno. They were selected by the peers in their departments because they do possess the values and qualities which make them stand out and make us proud to have them representing the City of Fresno. We would like to thank you for your dedication and for the excellent service each of you provide every day. Starting with Code Enforcement City Attorney's Office, Accounting Technician William Bill Reiner, Senior Deputy City Attorney Christy Costa. Office of the City Council, we have Council Assistant Jose Verduzco. In the City Manager's and Mayor's Office, Executive Assistant Sarah Boren. In the Department of Public Utilities, Laborer Tone Camelone. Senior Water Distribution Production Operator Larry Avila. In the Public Works Department, Traffic Maintenance Worker Ricardo Franco. Engineering Inspector 2, Logan Welch. Parks Maintenance Worker 2, Arthur Sanchez. Facilities Manager Robin O'Malley. In the Transportation Fax Department, Industrial Electrician Renal Warsinger. Account Clerk 2, Vanessa Gonzalez. Principal Account Clerk Marie Martinez. Bus Driver Thongsai Vongsakta. Finance and UBC, we have Senior Account Clerk Nu Zhang. Tax Permit Inspector Robin Madrid. In the Fire Department, Budget Manager Mike Getty. Senior Fire Prevention Inspector Carl Torrance. Fire Prevention Inspector 2, Nicole Shamp. In the Information Services Department, Database Administrator Sanjay Pattison. In the Police Department, Detective Crystal Darrington. Detective Ramon Ruiz. Sergeant Marcus Gray II. Senior Crime Scene Technician Jessica Baker. In the Personnel Department, Senior Human Resources Technician Margaret Wagner. In Planning and Development, Housing Program Supervisor Stephen Montez. Management Analyst 2, Janice Monroe. And in the Parks Department, Program Manager Sarah Hamilton. Thank you, everyone, for your outstanding service.
All right, fantastic. That'll conclude our ceremonials for this morning. We're going to move on to council member reports and comments. We will take that in order. Councilmember Soria.
Just a couple announcements, Council President. We have tomorrow, our Code School Area Team will be at Steinbeck Elementary to provide community resources to our residents. So we want to encourage folks to stop by at Steinbeck Elementary from 1:30 to 4:30 p.m. With also back to school being around the corner next month, just want to announce that we will have a back to school block party this Saturday at Teague Community Center. Please join our office in an evening of fun. There will be free backpacks and school supplies, haircuts, food, slides, and a ton of community resources. This is happening off of south of Shaw and Polk at the Teague Community Center, Saturday from 6 to 8 p.m. And we want to thank those community partners that have donated backpacks so kids that are less fortunate actually can get to school with the adequate supplies and be ready to go on day one. And then lastly, just a big thank you to our city public work crews that are currently working on street and concrete improvements on Polk and Gettysburg. You guys know that this area for me has been very critical from day one. There's a lot of a lack of infrastructure, and so we're finally getting a sidewalk for the kids in that neighborhood to walk to the school and also to Inspiration Park safely. So partially connecting the neighborhood. There's still more sidewalks to be built, but you know, we cherish those small wins that we are getting along the way. So thank you to all our crews who've been out there, on top of also doing some very necessary tree trimming off along the Gettysburg Avenue. So we just ask folks to be patient, to take the alternate routes, and to drive carefully. Pay attention to the workers that are doing this hard work. Thank you, Council President. That's it.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to share with folks, Beautify Fresno on Saturday is having a neighborhood blitz in Pinedale. So we need 12 more people. You can go to beautifyfresno.org. This is a great opportunity to help one of the neighborhoods in need in Northwest Fresno. A lot of the neighborhood will be out there as well. They take a lot of pride, and having this TLC from the city is going to go a really long way. So please sign up at beautifyfresno.org. Thanks very much.
Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Just one item to report. City Manager, I know we turned off the water temporarily when we did the upgrades on the water tower for the exterior painting. We turned off the water sprinklers, and I don't think they've been turned back on, so the grass is dying out there. So we can just turn that water back on. And then secondly, I want to officially welcome Ruthie Quinto, our new Assistant City Manager. She's in the audience. Former Fresno Unified, former City of Fresno, former world champion of all fiscal things. And Council President, I would like to share that she's one individual who can break down math and algebra and geometry and trig to basic English for us normal people can understand it. So it'll be an interesting budget year with her. Thank you all.
Okay, Councilmember Chavez.
Yeah, just a quick question for administration. I know that we're going through the drought conversations and the water usage. There was I believe the governor came down with a decree not long ago that non-functioning or non-purposeful lawns were to be let go dormant. What is going to be our approach for shopping centers, for private sector business? I'm getting a couple calls, and there's actually a shopping center on Kings Canyon and Peach that has already let their grass go dormant. So what's going to be our approach to that, just for the benefit of the public and some of our businesses?
We actually just had a conversation with Brock Buki, our Public Utilities Director. So there is a letter that is going to be going out to all of our commercial and industrial client customers, because that's who the order pertains to, notifying them of what the governor's order says. So we will be communicating in a hopefully condensed way of what the requirements are per the governor's orders. Separately from that, we are doing our own analysis to, the goal right now is a 20% conservation target. So we are doing some of our own analysis to figure out how we can get to 20%, or I should say, if there's a way to get to 20% without letting everything go completely brown. I know the mayor's been having conversations with Secretary Crowfoot at the state about maybe perhaps a one-size-fits-all approach is not the best thing, because we know what happens is in times of drought, everything goes and dies, and then as soon as the drought's over, everybody goes out and replants, and then has to put a ton of water on to get things established. So twofold, we're educating our customers on what the governor's order says, and second, we're looking to see if we can get to the conservation goal in a more a flexible manner.
Okay. And then related to that, as you know, we pushed out our city program on, I believe we're reimbursing folks $1 a square foot for turning their lawns into drought tolerant. Are we going to offer that to our commercial folks as well too, or is that something we haven't contemplated?
I actually don't know that off the top of my head, but we can get some information out to see. I don't know if it applies to commercial customers. I think it's only residential, but I'm not 100% sure on that, but I'd be happy to follow up.
We scaled it back to residential this last year.
What? I didn't hear.
I didn't hear that, Vice President.
Oh, I was saying we scaled it back to residential this past year, just FYI.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll circle back with you on some conversations, and then I'd love to see that letter just to make sure that all of our folks, especially along the Kings Canyon and Ventura Corridor, get a copy and know and are in the loop of what's going on. Thank you.
Councilmember Bradfield?
No.
Council Vice President Maxwell?
Yes, just a couple updates. Can you hear me okay, Council President?
Yep, we hear you loud and clear.
Okay, a couple updates. Number one, I just want to thank my staff, Laura, Carmen, Nabil, and Isabel, that took several hours out of their weekend this past weekend to canvass some District 4 homes with me. We knocked on over 100 doors, just engaging with District 4 residents, talking to them about their concerns and their needs. It was probably 100 degrees or over, but we knocked on a lot of doors, and it was just really rejuvenating to go back out and talk to folks at their homes post-COVID about the issues that they're facing. And so I really appreciate the time my staff took out of their weekend to do that with me. A couple of upcoming events. We have 2 Beat the Heat events. We got one coming up on August 4th and another on August 10th. The August 4th one is going to be at Vinland Park, and the August 10th is going to be at Cary Park. This is our second year doing this in District 4. We're going to have a dunk tank, a water slide, refreshments, carnival rides, live music for children and families in those neighborhoods to enjoy. The idea is try to get children and their families, out talking to one another, interacting in a safe place. And so, again, the first one will be on August 4th at Vinland Park, and the second one will be August 10th at Cary Park. And my last update is concerning concrete repair. A big thank you to Public Works, Brian Russell, and our Public Works team. We're doing concrete repair in the Rotary Park neighborhood. We did the first third of it last year. We're doing the second 2/3 this year. So we're wrapping up phase 2 right now. And in a couple of weeks, we're going to begin phase 3. So the entire neighborhood will have been essentially repaved, concrete repaired in 1 year's time. So I appreciate the Public Works teams being expeditious on this. I know it's one of the biggest concerns for that neighborhood when I was walking that precinct was the lifted concrete on the sidewalks, making it really difficult to get around safely in that neighborhood. And I know it's something that they really appreciate because I'm not sure they've seen a lot of attention to the concrete repair since one of my former predecessors lived in that neighborhood, Tom Bokegian. So I know they really appreciate the TLC to their neighborhood. It's been long overdue. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Vice President. That brings us to last but not least, myself, District 7. So I want to communicate to my colleagues, to the residents in my district, and to the city at large that the people's business will continue here at City Hall uninterrupted. Those who are in tune with City Hall beyond the headlines, they all know that a lot of great things are coming out of this building and happening for our community. And those things will certainly continue to happen. Taking into consideration that time and process will demonstrate that there has been no wrongdoing in this building, taking into consideration that residents in my district have sent me to City Hall with a mandate 2 times over, I do fully intend to fulfill my commitment to serving my district throughout the rest of this term, as well as the next one. Similarly, I intend to fulfill my tenure responsibility here as Council President this year, and continue providing a steady hand of leadership for this council, and continue fostering an environment that leads to my colleagues passing successful legislation that benefits communities across our entire city. And with that, I'd like to say, let's get back to work. For my regular report, I do want to report that last week I accepted an invitation to the White House to celebrate the signing of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. Got to be out on the South Lawn, see the president speak, as well as with other elected officials, members of Congress, survivors, and family members of victims. And so it was a great event. I also want to thank Congressman Jim Costa for being a gracious host out in Washington, D.C., and for hearing out our city issues and issues in District 7, which we overlap. Here on the ground in the district, I want to thank the Fellowship Missionary Baptist Church for hosting a community block party this past Saturday. It was great, a ton of resources. It was great to see the neighborhood out in full force, see people coming together, even on a hot day, on a hot morning, like we've had these last several days. And days later, on this past Tuesday, we hosted our annual Beat the Heat event over at Romaine Park, and that was a great success, as it has been each year since we've been doing that event in District 7. A lot of the same faces that we saw at the community block party on Saturday, as well as many more. So I want to thank the neighborhood, and gladly the kids around the neighborhood had a great time, and all of the different partners who participated and helped put that together. And lastly, as far as forthcoming things, I'll be one of the orientation speakers for the inaugural Fresno City College first-year experiences program cohort. So looking forward to getting back on campus here and speaking to students and again, being on campus, which again, City College is in District 7 now in its entirety. So just another gem in the district. With that, that'll conclude my remarks. Before we head into the mayor and the city manager, did want to provide Councilmember Soria an opportunity. I think there was something you want to chime in with?
Oh, yes, because I know that you guys went through consent and some of the items of the agenda. So before we vote on the approval of the agenda, I did want to report that I will be voting no on item 1Y. I don't believe that it was pulled. So I want to register a no vote there. Also, just have a question in terms of item 3C. Was that tabled? I'm seeing like different messages. I think this is an airport item.
So originally, it was 3B. It was, and I miscommunicated with Brianna late last night on 3C. Since then, Councilmember Arias has asked if we can also push that one to August 11th, and we're willing to oblige by that. So both 3B and 3C now will be moving.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Perfect. And then just on the item 3C, since it's going to be tabled, City Manager wanted to ask, I know that the Department of Transportation, and I know this because I met with some of the staff, and the Secretary has announced some initiatives on local hire. I know previously we were told when we did the project labor agreement that the federal dollars wouldn't be subject to the PLA, but since then there's been a change in administration. It seems like the policy goals at the federal level are encouraging local municipalities to use those dollars in the same fashion that we shaped our policy. So I would like to, when we bring back this item, to have an explanation whether we are applying our local hiring goals and the project labor agreement. Have we communicated to the federal government that we have a local policy that we would like to put in place as part of this expansion program?
So, Councilmember, to speak to that, the Department of Transportation, RFAC's department, when they brought forth their facilities project, which is $11.2 million, we cited that we were now following the Biden administration's directive of late October, early November of last year. It was part of the infrastructure bill where they now allowed all the regions in the DOT, both FAA, and FTA, to now begin to do those hiring policies. And that happened to be the first time we brought one forward. Okay. We actually rolled it back before we released it to fold that in and then sent it back out. This one was done similar.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that clarification. Great. Okay, I think those are all my questions as far as the agenda. Oh, and then also just want to report for item 10 a.m. number 4, I will be recusing myself as well as item 5C. Thank you.
All right, any comments from the mayor and/or city manager?
Am I on? All right. Yeah, just a couple of announcements. This Saturday, we're having our, actually, we started today, Neighborhood Blitz in District 2. Saturday's cleanup will start at 8 a.m. at the Pinedale Community Center. I know Councilmember Carbasi is planning on being there, but started today with concrete repair on the sidewalks, potholes being filled, and graffiti removed from that area. So that will occur on Friday, or Thursday, Friday, and then Saturday will be the finale with volunteers coming up and cleaning up the neighborhood. And then also on August 6th, 8 a.m., we'll have the mayor's citywide community cleanup. This will draw people from all over Fresno, a number of locations that have been identified where volunteers can come. And I want to encourage people to sign up at beautifyfresno.org. And there will be an after-party gathering at Manchester Center. And that will occur sometime around 10:30, right after the cleanup. So I encourage everybody to show up for that. Thank you.
I will make it as brief as possible. Also wanted to congratulate our employees of the quarter. I think that recognition, we don't make a big deal about it anymore, but, elected by their peers and their supervisors, and that's a big deal. So thank you to all of our employees of the quarter. Of course, Sarah in our office is, I know, certainly the rock for the mayor and the rest of the team. Also want to acknowledge, obviously, Aaron Aguirre, our Parks Director, was not here for Parks and Rec Month, but for a very good reason. His son is going to be representing California in the Cal Ripken 11 and under team. So they're headed to Missouri next. Congratulations to Aaron and his family. And then, I know that's awesome. And then just a quick thing, few train memos have gone out that I want to make sure you guys have had a chance to see. One regarding taxi cab rate comparisons. I know the council offices have been making received some calls, so train memo went out on that. Also sent out the 2022 FACTS bus passenger satisfaction report. We also sent out an update on the West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan with the timelines, and then an update on the highway litter contract. So that is all that I have. Thank you very much, Council President.
Okay. All right, I think we're going to actually get to some votes now. That'll conclude the comments from the charter officials. City Attorney, I believe you'd indicated we have some relatively time-sensitive closed session items. Could you read those off? We can go ahead and take those before we get into the rest of the agenda.
Sure. In closed session today, we have conference with legal counsel, potential litigation, Esparza v. City of Fresno. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Verizon Wireless versus City of Fresno. There may be a reportable item after closed session.
So let's go ahead and take those items. I will take public comment on those two items specifically. So if there is public comment on those two items that were read off by the city attorney, now is the opportunity to speak with respect to those two items. I don't see anyone on Zoom. Oh, we have one person here in the chamber.
Public comment. I just wanted to briefly state what I know a lot of people are voicing is criticism about the closed session item and motives involved in those as being political, and we ask for that to politics and fairness be part of these processes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any additional public comments? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment on those two closed session items. And Vice President Maxwell will be presiding over the closed session item. I restate, I'm conflicted out of the item with my name in it.
And this is the city clerk. Just real quick, before we go into that closed session, I'd like to let people know that the 10 o'clock a.m. number 4 item, that's renewal of the downtown Fresno P-bid. If you are here with a ballot that you would like to drop off, you can do that at the box right in the front here by the podium. We have a staff that will be keeping an eye on that box, but if you have a ballot, you may drop it off there, and we will be collecting them until we announce that we are closing the collection period during that item. So that's the 10 a.m. number 4, P-bid renewal. That's the place to drop off your ballots. Thank you.
Okay, all right, well, we're going to retreat into closed session for just a little bit. We'll try to make it quick and get back to the rest of the agenda. All right, looks like we got a quorum back out here. Going to resume session. Clerk, I think what I want to do, given the special circumstances of the PBID item that we have, is to go ahead and kind of begin that process. I know it's a two-part process where we have the hearing, and there's a counting of ballots, and then we have to come back. Can you outline that process for the public?
Certainly, or, yeah. You want to read it? Okay. So what will happen is we will call the item, and we will conduct the public hearing and ask for public comment. After we've heard the public comment, we will close the public comment period in the hearing and announce one last call for any ballots that people may have brought with them for the Fresno PBID. They will deposit them in that box up there. Then you will announce that the item is closed and no more ballots will be coming. At that point, the city clerk's office will take the box and we will count them in the city clerk's conference room. It is a public process, so if anyone wants to observe, they may do so. And then we will come back into the council chamber where we will announce the results of the item and pass the resolution through a motion of council, if that is what council so desires.
Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead, again, for the benefit of the public, you heard the process. I'm going to go ahead and call the items. That way we can get the ballots collected and they have time to count them, and then we can finish the rest of the item at a later time. So we'll do this first half of the item, and then we'll snap back into the consent calendar. So I'm going to go ahead and call the 10 a.m. Item number 4, the public hearing regarding the renewal of the downtown Fresno P-bid. Now going to conduct the public hearing and open up the public hearing for the P-bid item. So if you are on Zoom, feel free to raise your hand on Zoom if you want to speak with respect to the P-bid item. Or if you are in the chamber and would like to speak regarding the P-bid, please fill out a yellow card. So we do have one person on Zoom so far. That is Ruth Ann Hill. Welcome, Ruth.
Mr. Esparza, but I'm not wanting to speak on the item, so I don't know if I'm able to just quickly voice what I'm concerned about.
Okay, yeah, so you go ahead and keep your hand raised. Again, after this hearing, we'll go ahead and conduct the unscheduled communication and the consent calendar. So hang tight. I don't see anybody else on Zoom, and I don't see any yellow cards with respect to the P-bid. Let's see here. Sean Boyd, was this with respect to the P-bid or a different item?
No, sir, that has to do with conditional use permit.
Got it. Let's see here. Okay, seeing no further public comments on the in-person or on Zoom, we'll go ahead and close the public comments and hearing. This would be the last call for any outstanding ballots to be deposited into the box. The clerk has indicated twice today.
Going once, going twice. Anybody with a ballot in the chamber? Yeah, these are for ballots. If you have a ballot, now's the time. I see nobody standing up. All right. I think we can safely close the collection of the ballots.
Okay, so no additional ballots will be received at this point. We will now table this item for the time being so that the clerk may count the ballots, and we will bring back the item later in the meeting upon conclusion of the counting of the ballots. Again, as the clerk indicated, there will be a public open process where you can watch those ballots be counted.
And of course, if anyone is interested in observing, they may do so in the city clerk's office, just to the left of the council chamber here. And just for people who are wondering what these ballots are, they're the downtown Fresno P-bid ballots for property owners in downtown Fresno to choosing to continue an additional tax on themselves for additional services. That essentially is what the P-bid is. So if you haven't received one, you probably don't have property in the downtown area.
Okay, all right, so again, that item is tabled. They will count the ballots and we'll bring that back later in the meeting. So going forward, we will go ahead and now tackle the consent calendar. Are there any additional items for my colleagues to be pulled from the consent calendar? And we can bring Councilmember Arias back in now that we've tabled the P-bid item.
Council President, I just want to bring to attention, and I spoke to the clerk, but since Todd he's doing triple duty this morning, he stepped out. On item 1Y, there is a typo in section 4 under the second bullet. I believe it should read 164,450, not as it is currently printed. Again, section 4, second bullet, 164,450.
Clerk, did you note that down?
Yes, thank you. We noted that.
Okay.
Council President?
Yes.
I also want to make sure that on item 1B, that the clerk notes that Annalisa Perea's name is spelled incorrect. So if it could be corrected for the record, would appreciate that.
Thank you.
Item 1B. Thank you. You guys got to get that name right.
That autocorrect, I bet.
Whoever did it.
All right, do we have any, besides the items that have been pulled already, are there any additional items to be pulled for contested consent? Where are my notes? I think I had left my notes in it. Ryan, do I have a folded piece of paper up there with some notes? I scribbled down the items that were pulled. That's the one. Thank you. All right, so just to confirm, in terms of contested consent items, we have 1C, 1H, 1W, and then the special open session item that was supposed to be a consent item is now pulled for discussion. If there's no further items to be pulled, I'll entertain a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the table. And before we actually do approve, we will take public comments. So at this point, I will take public comment. We'll open it up on unscheduled communication, as well as the consent calendar. And if you'd like to speak on any of the remaining closed session items, City Attorney, would you read off the remaining closed session items as well?
In closed session, we will have conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Wallace versus City of Fresno, and potential exposure to litigation, Central Valley NMTC Fund LLC versus City of Fresno. We would not expect to have any reportable items after closed session.
Okay, yep. So if you are on Zoom, feel free to raise your hand. If you're in the chamber, please fill out a yellow
Mr. President,
card.
what about 5B?
5B?
The Verizon one?
City Attorney?
The Verizon one was discussed this morning, or it wasn't considered this morning.
We haven't taken the item yet.
Right, so it'll be later today, correct?
Are you talking about closed session?
Yeah. So it'll be later today then? We're adding 5B for later, correct?
It will either stay on later, or someone would need to make a motion to remove it.
No, I'm not suggesting we remove it. We are going to discuss
Right,
it.
but it needs to be heard before the
thank you.
10 a.m. item.
Thank you. Oh.
1 second. Brief recess.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back.
Council President, I'll make the motion to table the item for the next meeting per our city attorney. I think
Item
that's the
5B?
procedure. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, our understanding is that the 5B was the Verizon closed session item that I believe at this point is not, we were told does not need to be heard at this point.
You will be hearing from Verizon, and I believe they may have additional information to share, and that it can be heard in open session.
I understand Councilmember Arias was the one that had some questions. Councilmember Arias, are you comfortable tabling item 5B from a Verizon item, or is it time sensitive?
5B is not necessary for closed session, so we just need to take it up in open session.
So that we just need to remove it, City Attorney? All right, I'll make a motion to remove it from the agenda.
Can I get some comments from the administration? Because it is a citywide issue. Why is...
Because I think we're ready to vote on it in open session. There wasn't a need for it to discuss it in closed session.
I'll leave it to the attorney's office. I'm behind the curve. Last I had heard, we needed to have a closed session and then open, but if that's been resolved and the attorney's office says we're fine in open session,
Yes, and
I'm fine with that. I'm just confused.
It's our city attorney, Raj, who's been working on this, so he can speak to it if necessary, but there's no need for us to litigate the matter. We have a path forward that we can discuss fully in open session.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. So is there a vote required, clerk, to actually table it?
To remove it?
To remove it, okay.
All right, I made the motion. Do you want to second it, Councilman Arias?
Second.
Okay, clerk, please call the roll on, this vote is to remove, table item 5B in closed session.
Yes, and that was motioned by Councilmember Chavez, seconded by Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Soria? Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Arias?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefield?
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell?
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, the item is tabled. All right, so now we're going to move back again into public comments with respect to the remaining closed session items, with respect to the consent calendar, and with respect to unscheduled communication. So again, if you're on Zoom, feel free to raise your hand. We will call on you. If you are in the chamber, please fill out a yellow card to bring it up to the clerk. We'll make sure you have the opportunity to speak. First up is going to be Fernando Paul Elizondo Sr.
Good afternoon, or is it still morning?
Morning.
Still morning.
Peace be with you. First, I have a recall. About 3 months ago, 4 months ago, I handed all of you one of these integrity. Well, you all failed the course except for Mr. Gary Benefiel. He's the only one that should deserve this integrity for standing up against the flag, against the gays. Okay, that's number one. So now that we got the good news out of the way, let's hear the bad news. The bad news is you guys got to quit fighting among each other, okay? And that's including Mr. Benefiel. And I know you're not doing anything, Nelson, that I see they're trying to eliminate you, okay? If you don't, or it's a conspiracy. It's not an extortion. This is a conspiracy to remove you or either to get you on board. Don't forget where you heard it from, okay? Number one, we also have to worry about the homeless. Thanks to Jerry Dyer, we got the dogs off the street. She made a new kennel for them in Clovis. What about the homeless? He's still working on that. We need updates on that. I haven't heard one word about the homeless today. So we need to see where the money's at and see where they're at, okay? We deal with the homeless every day, yet nothing's being done the right way, okay? The way I see it, in my opinion, I see the money as, this is called a boomerang agenda. The money comes back to the city hall, not to the homeless. When the city refurbishes one of these hotels, motels, whose name do they put it under? Do they put it under the homeless or do they put it under the city? Who's going to benefit, the city or the homeless? Okay? So we need to get back on the priority list. Okay? Plus, I asked Mr. Dyer to make the people that are disabled a priority. They're still out there. What's going on? But anyway, loaded questions. That's what I have for you guys. I know it falls on deaf ears, but it'll come back to you. It'll come back to you. But remember what I said, Nelson. You have a target on your back. Okay? Amen.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Ruben. No last name, it says Ruben on a 1M and no.
Hello,
Good morning, City Council. My name is Ruben, and I'm a policy advocate with Fresno Barrios Unidos. And today I am speaking up on items 1M, N, and O, the contracts with the SROs. And I am speaking today in opposition to these contracts. Since 1999, almost 23 years ago, the Columbine massacre that initiated the call for police on campus, there have been a total of 304 fatal shootings at schools nationwide, with many having SROs. But there has been no real empirical evidence that cops improve student safety outcomes. On the contrary, the empirical evidence that has been piling up is the criminalization of mostly black and brown students due to racism and the perception that primarily black and Latinx schools are more dangerous. Data from the National Center of Education statistics show that 43% of schools reported having a police officer on campus in 2014 to 2015, and that police officers were disproportionately employed by schools with large numbers of black and Latinx students. What's more is that in 2020, the summer of 2020, when a white police officer killed George Floyd, many cities across the US held massive demonstrations and uprisings with the demands to defund the police and end contracts between school departments and the police. That same summer in Fresno, more than 3,000 of us rose from our homes and poured into the streets in solidarity with Minneapolis because we as Fresnans have seen our own injustices from the police in our own backyard, with the shooting of an unarmed 17-year-old Latino in the back of the head named Isaiah Murrieta. Again, I'm gonna say his name, Isaiah Murrieta, because he deserves to be here today. The cops did not show an ounce of remorse. Instead, what was heard loud and clear was one officer telling the other a congratulatory nice shot to the officer who fired their weapon. The community has already come together and given the city 73 recommendations, with two of them, number 43 and number 45, explicitly stating what to do regarding entering contracts and encouraging schools to find alternatives to policing. And it just feels like it's a slap in the face. I know Esmeralda Soria and Miguel Arias were both on the executive committee on the Commission on Police Reform, and I would really love to see a little bit more advocacy on some of this stuff as well. And you know, and let's not let the situation in Uvalde get lost on us. That's a reflection of the whole system. As we have seen in other instances of school massacres, the police do not prevent nor stop crime in their tracks. The recent tragedy in Uvalde had 376 law enforcement officers from different agencies, local, county, and federal, and all failed to put the safety of the children above their own and stop one shooter. So if that doesn't speak volumes, then what does? So I really would like to see us invest and continue to explore alternatives to policing and safety in our schools, because obviously it's not working.
We're over 3 minutes now. Thank you.
And we need to honor the lives of the children who lost their lives due to the inaction of the police officers. And so let's try something new.
Our next speaker is going to be Gloria Hernandez.
I signed up for 2 items, so do I get extra time?
No,
I
we
signed
do.
2 cards.
I see that, but we're only taking 3 minutes per person today.
Okay, so I'll try to be real quick. 1, settle Lyndon Wallace case, please. I'm tired of having to pay for cops' mistakes as a taxpayer. 2nd, bond the police. 3rd, stop contracting the cops out. You guys keep complaining that we don't have enough cops, and stop contracting them out to the private industries. Let them contract and pay for their own, not Fresno PD. They work for us, not for Walmart. 3rd, I support what the brother earlier said. I don't believe that we should have cops in school. We saw the death of Jessica Rosales. We saw the impact of that death on the cop himself, that he had to go out on disability. Having to talk about a young kid saying good shot when you kill him in the back is wrong, and I'm referring to Isaiah Murrieta. The 3rd is regarding the letter of understanding between the hiring of lateral cops. All those incentives, really, to hire cops so we can contract them out to Walmart? I think you need to fix the problem. Why don't cops want to come work here? That's the problem. Why are we giving them all this incentive, 40 hours off the bat for sick leave and pay leave? You don't even tell us how much that's going to cost us. Are we giving the same to the shortage of dispatchers? Why are they being treated different? We should give them the same incentives that we're giving these cops. If we're giving such good incentives, dispatchers from Sanger and other places will come work for us, right? Are we being insensitive to the fact that the majority of dispatchers are females? I really would like to see what the justification is as why we have to give such big incentives. The third and most important is it's time to bring back the Human Relations Commission. There's enough problems in our community that we need to have our own board that we can come to and have our own people, a set of diverse residents sitting at that board and not hand-appointed puppets by Dyer. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll take a couple folks on Zoom. Lisa Flores.
Good morning, everyone, and I thank you for this opportunity. First thing I want to do is announce the passing of Pootie Ann Allen. She was a little 14-year-old Chihuahua that belonged to my Roding Park play group, and she's one of the reasons why I fought so hard to move the dog park. She had congestive heart failure, and one of the things when you start to plan, when you start planning movements and putting people in situations, you have to think about air quality, traffic, and the importance of planning, which leads me to my next item on my short list of things to talk about is your appointments of the Planning Commission renewal appointments, the 3 individuals. I think they've served long enough, guys. I think it's time for some new blood, because if you think about the Planning Commission, majority of them are business, business, and business, and their decisions reflect business, business, and business, and actually don't reflect the community. Did you know that Fresno went from only having 8, your policy change in electrical fencing went from only allowing 18% of the entire community to be electrified. Now, with their last approval of electrical fencing, it's now 48, but people don't know that unless they pay attention. And, you know, also too, something that's coming up to you probably in August is the housing density and their 3-point plan of increasing housing density and also squashing CEQA. So that's something that you need to think about, and you need to think about these appointments. You know, are you going to increase housing density in corridors of the poorest communities in Fresno along major traffic areas that expose them to particulate matter like 2.5? And then also too, I just heard that you guys were talking about the drought and about green space. And that kind of piggybacks into some of the work I'm doing over in AB 617. And just want to remind you that, you know, it might be a good idea to bring incentives for drip irrigation to the trees. The grass can go, you know, the grass can die out. You can't afford the trees to go. So it would be really good to think about providing incentives for drip irrigation for trees. And then also too, on a personal note, Nelson, I know you didn't do anything wrong. Hang tough, stay tough. You have my support. And I also want to bring up yet again, something I've brought up for some time now, is where's the city's investigation on the misuse of homeless dollars for the photo op last August of DA Lisa Smith-Camp and her daughter? There were over 20, from what I counted, there were like 15 to 20 city staff and or contractors out there for photos. I got copies of the photos. They were public. You know, that was a misuse of dollars as far as I was concerned, because, you know, who shows up in their suit with high heels to hand out things to the homeless unless it's a photo op for an election? And
Lisa, we're over the 3 minutes now, but thank you for joining us this morning. Next on Zoom is going to be Ruth Ann Hill.
Yes, hi, thank you. I would like to please ask the mayor and the city council to take under consideration of revamping the whole code enforcement department, please. I am still, talk about stage 4 leukemia. I'm still battling that, but now on top of that, heart failure. And having to breathe in this smoking from the neighbors in the next door apartments is unreal, since there is an ordinance passed in January, and code enforcement is, it needs to be revamped. And city council and the mayor, I have an idea. They can set forth into action a whole new department, call it OFE, One Fresno Enforcement, and just take out that old mentality of doing nothing and placing in capable people that will care about other people in the Department of Code Enforcement. That needs to be revamped. And I know the mayor is a man of compassion, and I know the city council too is a panel of compassionate people, although I've, have said otherwise, but they are. And you are, and I just would like you to please consider that. Take that under consideration, revamp the old code enforcement, and call the new code enforcement One Fresno Enforcement. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to come back to the chamber here. Sean, I was confused on which, was it a consent item or was it a separate timed item? Can you clarify?
Hi, forgive me. I only put the card in because I thought I had to with respect to the item we're here for, which is the hearing on conditional use permit P21-06304.
Got it, okay.
So I'll just wait till that time.
Got it, okay, yeah, I just wanted to clarify which item it was.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you so
that
much.
works. So the next person here in the chamber is going to be Sherry. Sherry?
Hi, good afternoon. I actually am speaking on behalf of a homelessness situation. I'm personally not homeless anymore by the grace of God. I'm also 50 days clean and sober. And that's a good deal due to some of the programs that, were offered, and in that aspect, a lot of them programs are good, but there's, you guys need so much more detail in them. You have to work out some kinks because you get people in there and, people like me, I say people like me, it took me 47 years to get this screwed up. It was going to take me a little longer than 6 months to a year to fix what my brain has been trained. I was in survival mode for a good 20 years. And, the mental health system is a little broke down in these programs. They say they're there to help the mentally ill and to help them get back on track. And it took a little intense, it was actually one of my downfalls that caused me to get sober was because, I forced myself into it. And I'm okay with that, I can admit that. But, there's just the force that the police use to do such things when they're working with these programs and stuff. I just really wish you guys would maybe think about, clinicians have to go to school to learn about mental health. I think the officers should have to go to school to learn about mental health as well because they're working against themselves. I'm not saying all cops are bad. I'm the first one to tell you that if you don't have order, you have chaos. But if you have somebody that has too much power, you have chaos as well. And I'm just against that kind of chaos. So with that being said, I just That's it, right? Ding. Yep, I'm over.
You had 1 minute, so again,
That's all right. I said what I needed to say. You guys have a blessed day.
Thank you. Again, as a reminder to those in the chamber, the first ring means you have 1 minute left. The second consecutive rings means that time is up. Next here in the chamber is going to be Brandy N.
Okay, well, thank you. First of all, regarding the SROs for 1M through O, I agree with Ruben as well as Gloria. I sent you guys a document that shows that even the Department of Justice says that there's no evidence that SROs actually make schools safer. They use people saying that they feel safer, but that is not the same as actually being safer. So please heed the words that Ruben said about the impacts it has on students. Regarding, I wanted to also speak out. We've been out every day giving water. It's been hot, and you guys know that. There were 110 on Sunday, and along with that, the thing there's been a lot of suffering because there's been people who have been displaced, and I've come across it every single day, people displaced by the HEART team. On Sunday, there was a man that I spoke to who's, the HEART team came, took his stuff. He was arrested and cited because he was trying to save his stuff, and what was in there were black and white photographs of his parents. And he doesn't want to necessarily do anything now because, like, how you can't get back these photographs, and there's these kind of things that are you can't replace. That that is cruel and unnecessary. If you have people move, there is no reason to throw their things, and also there was no place to go, and it was 110. I met a woman who lost her trailer. They took her trailer, and then she had to find a place for her stuff. I had a woman who broke down and crying because she had been experiencing recent assaults and finally found a camp of people where she felt safe and welcome, and that was broken up. And Dyer tries to justify camps by saying that they're dangerous if you have big camps, but it's actually safer for women, and now women are going out by themselves and are more vulnerable. We have a man who also has a RV and is wondering is afraid of where to go with his RV, and we need a place. We need a place for people to put their RVs in their cars so they can be safe, as well as a program so that they don't get their stuff towed because they need help with registration. And then as well, yesterday we have our friends who are here today. The people who were displaced, the police would not give them time to move their stuff. They've been moved from place to place, and they have nowhere to go. When I asked, no one has an answer of where to go. The code enforcement actually told me, well, they can go to maps, but they have nowhere to go. We need to stop sweep, especially like with the heat. Please listen to the people who are coming after you and take it seriously. They've been speaking to you. Please listen to what they have to say. As well with the cooling centers, ensure that everyone who is unhoused can be able to get into the community centers. We've heard some concerns about that, and make sure that they have everything that they need. And I ask you for a change of policies because it is really confusing for people going to know when the cooling centers are open. So please work on protecting our people. Thank you.
Okay, next here in the chamber is going to be Alexa.
Hi. My name is Alexa. I'm a local student, and I previously had problems with houselessness in my past. I'm here right now. I'm actually getting pretty emotional, like I'm pretty amped up, because looking at all of you, I know that you're sitting on the power, the wealth, and the status to change this houselessness crisis, but you choose not to every day. We're in a heat wave. We're in a climate crisis. Like the person before me was just saying, heat waves of 110 degrees, yet there's sweeps happening in Fresno, right? The houseless community, the street family, are dangerously marginalized, are neglected, are not protected during this heat, in the city of Fresno. And honestly, it's like, as someone who used to have struggles with houselessness, it breaks my heart every day to see that there's families out there that are, they don't have the basic necessities. They're out here like without water in this heat, and yet they keep getting evicted. There's constantly sweeps. There's these ordinances. There's these laws and litigation or whatever the heck you call, all this legal jargon that just basically lets the street family in Fresno know that it's considered illegal to be houseless in Fresno because of the way you all treat them. I am enraged, and I think a lot of us are too, because literally, you know what? I keep learning like all these bad things, or I keep learning all these tragic things every day. There is a sign with a baby on it. You know why? Because that baby died on the street. Take that in. Take a few seconds. There's children on the streets. During this climate crisis, in all these like record heats, children are on the streets. You guys are doing nothing. You know what? I'm sorry if I'm less eloquent today, or I'm like, I'm sorry if I'm coming off like aggressive. Actually, you know what? I'm not sorry. I don't care. You guys need to do something, because when our community hurts, when people in our community are dying, that is directly our problem. So you can go back home to, your wealth. You can go back home to your air-conditioned homes and everything. But just remember, listen to the words of the people that are coming after me. Remember that there's families, children, like all types of people from every walk of life out on the streets, and you're continuing to do nothing. I have some time, so while I'm at it, you guys, oh my God, stop putting so much funding into the police. We don't need that. We don't need the police in our schools. Just recently learned about the young man who got murdered by the police. Why are you guys putting so much funding into that?
Our next speaker here in the chamber is going to be Deborah.
Hi, I'm Deborah. I recently spoke on behalf of Homeless Matters that have risen due to the hard task force. Well, more has come up. Yesterday they did it again. They swept my stuff, threw my stuff away in the heat. I can't believe this is happening to me. Due to the fact that someone flying on hard times and they said you got 30 minutes, you got 10 minutes, you got no time. What kind of stuff is this? What do we do with this? I have no home, so I got to go through this. And then they tell me you can sleep on the same spot and just be gone in the morning. After they swept and took everything again. It's bullshit. I have nothing else to say.
Next speaker is going to be Des.
I think you guys all remember baby Zari. It's been 3 years. We still got kids out here. I've been passing out water for a week now in 111-degree heat. That's what my car registers. Imagine what it is like inside the truck if I don't have AC. And I had to borrow a car because my truck that I'm using doesn't have AC, and I almost passed out. So imagine the people. You guys still have kids. I'm not going to tell any one of you where they are. I need you to direct me exactly where I can take them for a bed. Because right now we have a camp. Sergeant told us yesterday when he disrupted this camp again, you guys seen on the homeless in Fresno, I had to throw a fit to keep these blankets, a fit to keep the bench that they sleep on so they don't have to sleep on the floor. I had to make a fool out of myself all over again just for them to stop and say, go ahead, get your stuff that you need to survive. Why do I have to act like a fool? Here, you guys got millions, billions sitting in the bank We were just told by city council, you guys want more than enough money. Right now, I have over 15 children under the age of 10 years old, and I need one of you to tell me where the hell do I take them today? So they're not in the parks, hiding in a bush, hiding in their car, hiding from the police because they're afraid of you coming and taking their children. Baby Zari's mother fought for 8 months begging. 1 week before she gave birth, they threatened to take her children if she didn't go to shelter, which we've been fighting 8 months for her to get to shelter, only for her to be put in the EOC shelter and die. Why? One day, that baby was sheltered. One day, you guys. How many more children and babies are each one of you? Each one of you. City attorneys need to speak up and tell you guys you need to do something. Somebody needs to do something here, because I am sick and tired of looking at children and their mothers asking me, where do I take them? I can't call none of you because I'm afraid one of you is going to call the CPS. You're going to get Dyer involved. You're going to get people involved that don't need to be involved. You know what they need? They need shelter. We know we got shelter coming with Fresno Rescue Mission. We know that. But when the hell are we going to get tiny homes? Why is it every single mayor sits up there? We got them approved when Swearingen was here. Come on. Is anybody going to force this? We got Peach in church. Dude, that field out there, come on. And I know what you guys are doing with the ordinance. You're pissed off that we won. A previously homeless woman fought the city of Fresno and won. That ordinance was a piece of blah, blah. Okay, you guys broke my civil rights. But now what you're doing is you're having your sergeant, Fresno Police Department sergeant, go in and solicit trespassing is against the law, and I will ask for that body cam footage because soliciting trespass is against the law, and your sergeant needs to stop doing that because we have it on film, him going over to the people that are supposedly overseeing the property and telling them to tell Des or Brandy or Bob, you need to tell them to get off. That's soliciting a trespass, and that's against the law. Our own police officers are doing that. So please, somebody call me today. Anybody text message me. Let me know where I can take these children today, because any deaths after I leave, any deaths of these children, anything happens to them, I'm going to hold it on you guys. I need a bed. I need rooms for these children, and I'm not willing to give their numbers to you guys. You got to go through me now because I'm afraid of them being put into the system. So please give me a number to a shelter where these children can go. And they're watching today, right now. So if you guys want to talk amongst and let them know right here publicly, because they're watching, where they can go, that would be great too. So that way you don't have to go through me. Just let them know exactly where they can go. Thank you.
Council President, if I may just briefly state that these concerns need to be addressed to the administration. We have hired staff. We have secured motels. We have contracted providers to provide services. And we as a council, individual council members, don't have the ability to just open up a room. This is all under the ability of the administration. So I would appreciate if city manager would designate somebody over the homeless, crisis and services, where these advocates and homeless residents can have a point of contact, where they don't feel they have to come to the dais to bring these items to our attention.
And it's Phil Sky, and Des knows Phil Sky. Yes, you do, Des. I'm not going to get into a debate about the much misinformation that's been presented, but I'd be happy. Phil, if you're listening, if you could come into the chamber and give Des and the people here the contact information and the map point of where they can access.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President, I do have a follow-up on that because I know that previously the council put resources to focus on families and children in terms of the shelter. I'm assuming that we are full. I'd like to at least get some type of report. I know that I was very serious when I said I want to make sure that no kids are on the street, and it is concerning to me to hear that there are 15 kids. So there are no 15 kids on the street, City Manager?
I'll get you an update. I've been getting updates, correct. I don't, however we want to do this, perhaps we can put together a presentation of all of the various points that get made regularly in this council chamber that are inaccurate, and we'd be happy to provide rebuttals. It's unfortunate that that happens in the forum, but I understand because it gets the attention. But if we want to at some point, but I did ask Phil to come in and provide the contact access points to the advocates that are in here today. But I've checked with Phil. We are regularly going through the city. I know we provide updates to each council member regularly about what's going on in their district, but I'd be happy to get a council an update on where we are on our beds and what the triage process is.
Yeah, I think maybe, Des, I'm asking questions, so please allow me my time. We gave you your 3 minutes, and I appreciate your passion and the work that you're doing, but I'm trying to figure out update. So I guess I think what would be important may be that I know that I get reports on the top encampments in my district. I don't know if there's kids in those encampments because it's never noted. So I think probably what would be good too is on top of what we're getting in the encampments to have a better picture. And maybe it's during the council report that's where we can get a brief to be able to counter some of the comments that we're getting. Like we're not doing, we have invested significant dollars. I know that the administration has been working to get these motels up and running, the temporary shelters, and then transitioning them to permanent. We know we have a housing crisis and a homelessness crisis, not just in the city of Fresno, but throughout. So I think maybe that would be, I really want to make sure that there are no kids, that are experiencing or out in the street, especially with this heat.
Understood.
All right, our next speaker is going to be Robert McCloskey.
Thank you for your time. Robert McCloskey here with the Homeless Union and the Fresno Community Alliance newspaper. I'm not wearing my business attire today because I was out helping people move their possessions from being trashed by the HEART team, which did so yesterday. You heard some earlier testimony about that. Several other things, I'll get into more details on that in a moment because I do have an interview I did with a gentleman who could not be here today, what he experienced exactly yesterday from the HEART team. I also want to speak out against the so-called safety resource officers. That is a waste of dollars. It's not going to help the safety of these kids in these schools. It creates a prison-like atmosphere, and we all know about the prison, school-to-prison pipeline. It helps contribute to this whole mentality when a kid's in school, seeing a lot of law enforcement and a lot of presence like that. Also, before I get started, I did want to thank the mayor and Gloria Myers for getting back to me. I was emailed a photograph of a man in a wheelchair in front of the Valley Inn. It was like, I don't know, I think the picture was taken about 5:30 a.m. Somebody was out walking her dog. And I did get a response from Ms. Myers of the mayor's office that the Valley Inn put this gentleman out in the middle of the night, apparently, because he was acting out in some way, and they claim he was a danger to others and himself. So you got to ask yourself, why would the Valley Inn put somebody out on a dark street with a lot of traffic zooming by who is a danger to themselves? This needs to be looked into. Getting around to the sweep, I too have been giving out water on these very hot days, and I can tell you there's people out there that are on the verge of heat stroke every day out there. So I know I have one more minute. I'm going to try to play a little bit of this message from a gentleman yesterday. Thank you.
Johnny and homeless task force showed up over here where we were camping and just took all my things and threw them in the trash truck and crushed it without me having any say about anything. They were pretty mean.
So all your possessions were thrown away?
Yes, sir. All my possessions thrown away. All I got was my backpack and a nice chest.
Did they provide any offer of storing your property at the city?
Real nice.
Yard?
They did, and then they
Real nice, Miss
then they
Soraya.
said something about I was
Soraya,
lying about
very
this
nice,
stuff.
right?
Not mine, it's somebody else's, and they found somebody's ID in there. It wasn't mine. I don't know where it came from. And they said I was lying, and they threw it in the trash truck.
Do you have names of these officers that were involved?
I don't.
But they were Heart Team members? And public. So just in closing, this is an everyday occurrence. I know the guy that was there, Hackus. Sergeant Hackus was there, or maybe Lieutenant Hackus. That's who was there. You need to ask him, why the fuck are they throwing people's stuff away every day in this city?
So our next speaker is going to be Janet Corsa Lara. Janet?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Janet Corzalara. I'm a constituent of District 3. And I'm going to be talking about the items on the agenda 1M through 10. But really quickly about the houseless issue going on and everybody that's been discussing it. I just want to say shame on you all, especially Georgianne, who continues to look just disinterested and like she doesn't care even right now. Her attitude towards Des just seems like she's annoyed by the whole entire issue, like she doesn't want to deal with it. So maybe, yeah, we need a new city manager and we need just new leaders in general. Anyways, moving on to the SROs. Community members of diverse backgrounds came together and formed the Fresno Commission on Police Reform, and 73 recommendations were made and given to the council. These recommendations were made from our experiences as Fresnans and the reality of living in South Fresno. The city has received these recommendations, as I said. Recommendation 43 explicitly states that the city should not enter into contracts for policing with school districts. The city should encourage school districts to engage in investments that will provide a more positive experience, leading to positive outcomes for students. Additionally, recommendation 45 explicitly states that the City of Fresno school districts should prioritize the use of tax dollars to increase safety in schools and surrounding neighborhoods by investing in neighborhood development and improvements such as installing and repairing sidewalks, streetlights, home improvement programs, and after-school programs. City Council agreed to enact all 73 policies from the Fresno Commission on Police Reform. However, their actions and voting have been directly in opposition to what they have said. And today, the City Council is planning on approving amendments to the contracts between FPD and FUSD, and as well as CUSD. And in the contract, it says that the goal is to have all middle schools staffed with SROs by the start of the 2023 through 2024 school year. The city should not backpedal on all of the commitments that they had already made. The agreement that they approved all of the recommendations. We ask that you honor the community's work by implementing these recommendations. The community is traumatized. I mean, back in 2008, we saw the shooting of Jesse Corrazales, a special needs student in Roosevelt High School, by an SRO. I believe Gloria mentioned them. Then more recently, obviously, we saw the shooting of Isaiah. And then even more recently than that, which London Wallace, a case which you guys are all planning on dealing with during closed session, which I hope that you settle, a 17-year-old unarmed male who was attending a birthday party, a family gathering, and was assaulted by police officers. These are just a few of the examples that we have. There are so many more, and there really needs to be something done about protecting our kids in our schools. As a former City of Fresno employee who has worked in FUSD and CUSD in after-school programs, as a former employee who has worked at Highway City Science Center, I have seen the police just do dumb things, behave stupidly. They really need more training. If you guys are gonna have any sort of officers in the schools, they need to know how to deal with kids. They need to stop trying to make all these power moves, and yeah, we need to take power away from these people and teach them how to actually have compassion if you're gonna have them around our children. Thank you.
Next, here in the chamber is going to be James Clemmer.
Where's Dyer? Hiding. You don't want to hear it either. Where is Dyer?
Start?
Welcome, yes, please begin. You have 3 minutes.
Sunday morning, I was approached by the heart team and given maybe 2 minutes to get my stuff and leave. My partner, he's 23 and he's trying to take care of his 3 kids and he's homeless, but you know what I mean, his stuff was thrown away. He got no chance to collect his clothes or anything because he was at the plasma center giving blood or plasma so that he can get money so he can take care of his storage. Our food was thrown away. I was given a ticket because somebody left a shopping cart there at my site where I was sleeping, and you know, I had photos I can't get back. My mom's ashes and a hair clipping were thrown away. I was given no opportunity to get them. She's gone now. She died of cancer back in 2015. And, you know, this shit's wrong. You know, I don't know how long it's been going on, but, you know, I mean, to go in there and take somebody's stuff, it's my life. And it was thrown away. You know what I mean? Maybe you guys don't care. You know what I mean? You're over there smirking this whole time. I'm sitting up there and watching you smirk. You know what I mean? I don't care. You know what I mean? It's cool. You can go back to your little mansion or whatever you got. You know what I mean? It's cool. I go back to my little dirt patch, you know what I mean? And all that. You know, it's cool. But, you know what I mean? Some of you guys up here actually care about what happens to us, you know? And, you know what I mean? Some of us are out here because things we've done. You know what I mean? I served 23 years, 8 months. My second strike. I paid my time. You know what I mean? I'm back. I can't get a job. I can't get anything going, you know, and things are just, you know what I mean, really messed up right now. But it doesn't mean you should throw my stuff, my life in the trash because I don't have a place to go. Thank you.
Insult to injury.
Okay, I have a card. This looks like it might have been filled out twice. Ruben on the SRO contracts, unless there's a separate Ruben. I think Ruben already spoke. Another Ruben, okay.
Hello, I'm here to address the council regarding the SROs. I wanted to say that the FPD shouldn't be taking school funds when Fresno Unified is already understaffed in regards to counselors, mentors, and support staff. I also strongly urge the Fresno City Council to follow through on their word and enact the recommended policies from the Fresno Commission on Police Reform. One of those recommendations specifically states that the city should not enter into contracts for policing with school districts and instead use those dollars to invest in surrounding neighborhood parks, after-school programs, sidewalks, and streetlight repair, and home improvement programs. This is what we should be focused on instead of investing in SROs, especially when all the evidence points to the fact that cops on campus do not make them safer. They only serve to criminalize black and brown youth. I also agree with what a lot of other people were saying about how disgusting it is that the city supports policies like the sweeps at the encampments and destroying people's property. And that's all I want to say.
Okay, seeing no further folks on Zoom, I don't have any additional yellow cards for this segment of public comment. I do have other cards for individual items. Go ahead and close public comments. We have a motion and a second already on the consent calendar. Any further changes?
Council President, I just want to make sure that, for the record, one of the items that remains that the clerk did get, that I'm registering a no vote on 1Y, I think it's.
Yep.
I want to make sure that that's reflected. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Clerk, let's go ahead and call roll call on the the balance of the consent agenda.
Certainly. Voting on the consent calendar, motion by Carbasi, second by Bredefeld. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi. Absent. Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
All right, passes 6-0.
All right, so that's consent. Let's see, we've got a few minutes till lunch. We have several items to go into. 1C, As the first contested consent item, that was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
I just need clarification from the Assistant City Manager, Mr. Barfield. Will the assessment include the assessment of the pavement going into the airport or just the airport pavement?
Just the airport proper.
At what point do we assess the condition of the pavement entering the airport?
So are you talking about like the driveway once you come off the frontage road?
Yeah. As you know, when people use the airport, it's not just the interior of the airport pavement that, gets wear and tear, but the exterior entering the pavement. So at what point do we assess that pavement and come up with a plan to,
You want to speak to that, Henry?
And I recognize it may not be an airport thing, it might be a public works deal, because I'm sure at some point that boundary is no longer yours, but I just need a clarification on what's our process for ensuring that the exterior pavement is also maintained.
Yeah. So the item before you today is for aircraft parking and safety areas. So it's for pavement that aircraft utilize at the airport. We will be looking at pavement that vehicles use, but that's a separate project, a separate effort altogether.
When do you anticipate that coming forward?
It's a priority. We're looking at all the safety and security measures at the airport, and then we'll be looking at facility improvements that are needed. So it's a high priority.
Is it 6 months from now, 5 years from now?
Within 6 months, I think we'll definitely have a good sense
Okay,
of
thank you.
where we're
With
at.
that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Sure.
Thank you, Director.
Sure.
Second that motion.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. I don't see anyone punched up. Clerk, please call the roll on item 1C.
Item 1C, motion by Councilmember Arias, second by Vice President Maxwell. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez. Absent. Councilmember Redefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
6-0, passes.
Okay. So next in order would be item 1H, pulled by Councilmember Carbasi.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. This is regarding a transaction for what was called the Blosser property at the southwest corner of Brawley and Herndon. I worked with legal counsel. I'm just going to read a statement, and I'm not going to make a motion. Frankly, I'd like it if no motion was made, but as this pertains to an item in my district. So I do not agree with the recommendation to sell the property to Mr. Sandhu because Mr. Sandhu or those acting on his behalf violated the city's no contact ordinance by contacting all council members regarding the Blosser property RFP, which was, in my opinion, an attempt to influence the council's decision. The purpose of the city's no contact ordinance is to disincentivize persons from trying to lobby council members how to vote, and Mr. Sandhu violated that ordinance. As the council member for the district where the Blosser property is located, I want to state on the record my objections to allowing Mr. Sandhu to purchase the Blosser property. And that's all I have to say on this matter, Mr. President.
Okay. Any other folks wish to speak on this item? 1H, pulled for contested consent. We've already done public comment on all of these items. This was a consent item that was pulled. So, yeah, Councilmember Soria.
I just wanted to put for the record, because I do believe that the city manager or someone put out a memo stating your thought process in terms of the contact that happened. So if you could kind of speak to that. I know that that has been publicized, city manager.
No, it isn't. Yes. I just want to confirm that the memo that the purchasing manager put out is not attorney-client privilege, correct? Oh, I didn't think so. Okay, so yes, the city clerk did circulate a memo regarding the disclosure of the regulated communications. Under our code, it is correct that there is not supposed to be any communications during a procurement process. However, within the municipal code, there is a provision that provides an exception if the identical writing is delivered simultaneously by identical means to all of the elected officials. So the purchasing manager did put out the memo that is the disclosure, And what we have to determine is that it was inadvertent and didn't affect the integrity of the outcome of the procurement process. So I would say that it is the administration's position that what the communication was related to the extended period of time that it was taking to come forward to council. So we don't believe that that complaint affected the integrity of the decision on awarding the proposal to the winning proposer.
Thank you, City Manager. With that, I will make a motion to approve the administration's recommendation.
I'll second that. And if I may, just for the record, also clarify that, every day an applicant who applies for a permit to open up a Pizza Hut or whichever thing, there's always complaints that come to the council about the timing. Planning is taking too long, permitting is taking too long. I complain every day about the grass isn't green and we're not watering fast enough and quick enough. And it is simply folks being frustrated about the time it takes government to process and to approve things. And for me, that's normal communication that comes from everyone. And I want to be crystal clear that what the administration is recommending today is the best economic value for the city, generates the most jobs. It's a medical facility that provides services in a quarter that is designed for that purpose. And it is their assessment and my personal conclusion that the proposal that creates the most jobs, creates the most economic benefit and tax base, and fits well within the neighborhood, and that the communication was not in any way impacting the content and the analysis or conclusion of the proposals is normal, inadvertent, unfortunate, but it still is the right recommendation for us to proceed with. So just want to make that clear for everyone. So I'll be supportive of this item, and let's move forward.
Councilmember Carbasi, are you punched up?
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I just want to say, no, I appreciate all that. Now, I want to make it very clear, this is an item exclusively in my district. Traditionally, we would respect the council members because when the residents have a problem with this item, I'm the one that's going to have to deal with it. And there are unfortunately certain details about the purchase price and things like that that I cannot go into because they are now protected by closed session. But looking overall on this issue, I want it very clear that if we are sued by the other interested parties, I was absolutely against because of the broken communication. And I don't agree with the purchasing manager's assessment. I know the nature of this council. I know what happens when someone criticizes the administration. It's like blood in the water, and I think that was a factor. But I am absolutely against this transaction, and I want that on the record. And that I understand my colleagues are breaking the tradition we have of respecting each other's districts.
All right.
Council President, I just want to address the whole tradition because that tradition has not been kept true. There can be many items in District 1 that some of my colleagues have not supported that I've been a strong proponent of, and so I don't think that that's completely accurate. And when you look at the whole picture of what is being presented to the council, while, yes, it's important for us to take into consideration the council member that represents the district, I think that we have to look at things also from a citywide lens. And that's why I believe that the city administration, they came up with a recommendation, and they are supportive of what is in front of us. And I think that it is the best deal for the city of Fresno. So with that, I'll call for the question.
All right, let's go ahead and call the vote. Roll call vote, please.
All right, item 1H, motion by Councilmember Soria, seconded by Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
No for District 2.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez, absent. Councilmember Bredefeld.
No.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Passes 4-2.
Thank you, clerk. All right, that brings us to 12:05. Let's go ahead and adjourn for lunch. We still have
President,
a couple of, yes.
If I may just ask that we approve 1W, the administration has answered my questions, and it's one less item you guys have to take on.
Excuse me. Going back to 1H, you would need 5 votes for the resolution.
For what, sorry, which item?
1H
Okay, so 4-2, and that requires 5?
for number 2.
Some items require a majority.
Okay, we're double checking the count, whether it's,
I think it's
No, actually, we've reconfirmed. It does not. Sorry,
Thank you.
apologize.
okay, so the item 1H did pass.
Yes.
Okay, so 1H did pass 4-2. Okay.
Council President, can we just approve 1W? Get
Yeah,
that off your list.
I'll entertain a motion.
A motion to approve 1W. Thank you, City Manager, for clarifying that this just is part of the budget that we approved.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. The second was by Councilmember Bredefeld. And then, yeah, roll call.
All right. Item 1W, motion by Councilmember Arias, second by Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez, absent. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Council President, may I also ask that we approve the 10 o'clock one, because I have to depart after lunch.
What, the 10 o'clock what?
It's the 10:05 hearing on the antenna in downtown Fresno.
10:05 a.m. item, okay. All right, if we think it's not going to take long, I'll entertain a motion. Actually, we have to do a hearing on this.
Just open hearing.
I think lunch is going to go later. All right, so we'll open the hearing for the 10:05 a.m. item. This is the hearing to consider the CUP number P21-06304.
And council members, my name is Stephen Martinez, Planning and Development. Staff has nothing to add to the report, but has a presentation available and can answer questions if needed.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion upon the closure of the hearing.
Okay, well, we do have one card. That's from Sean Boyd. The hearing is still open on this item.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council and staff. My name is Sean Boyd. I reside at 2890 Huntington Boulevard, unit number 123. My colleague Sally England, who went out to feed my parking meter, should be back in a moment. We are some of the handful of a few thousand of us who claim 93721 as our zip code of residence. In January, we did receive a notice about conditional use permit P21-06304 regarding an 80-foot monopine cell phone tower to be built at 640 R Street, which is just south of our complex. That's why we got the public notice. Those of us at the Huntington Park Condominium Village are quite proud of where we live. We are longtime residents of downtown Fresno. Some of us are original owners who purchased our properties way back in 1981 when the complex was opened. And the whole idea was to attract professionals to live and work in downtown Fresno. So 42 years have passed, and we have a VTech, which represents Verizon, who wants to build this 80-foot monopine tower. Any renderings we have seen regarding this cell phone tower shows that, quite frankly, it's going to be a blight on the neighborhood. I appreciate city staff calculating that if people are driving by on the elevated freeway, that they will only see the tower for a nanosecond as they will be going by at 95 feet per second. However, we're the ones that have to look at the tower when we get up in the morning, take our morning walks, and look out our windows. It, by any measure, in our view, is blight on our community. One of the primary concerns or statements of Mayor Dyer's Beautify Fresno initiative is to prevent blight from being built in our city. So I find an irony there. We are not NIMBYs. We know we have no CEQA argument here. We know we have no NEPA argument here. We know that the Federal Communications Commission really has a lot more say in where these things go. We get all that. All we are trying to do is that we know that more of these towers will probably be built in the future. And by the way, we have no health argument. We're not even touching that. we're looking at the aesthetic value of this facility. In a PowerPoint that we presented to the Planning Commission when our appeal was denied 4-0, we showed a picture of a very nice-looking cell phone tower that was actually dressed up as a decorative obelisk would look like stained glass. And the attorney for VTech commented, well, that's in a piazza in Italy. Okay, fine. Why can't we do that here? These telecom companies are awash in money. At the very least, we believe the City Council should take a second look at the design and the appearance of these things so that they are aesthetically pleasing, regardless of where they're placed, whether it's in our backyard or somebody else's, so that we don't continue to have blight in the city as per Beautify Fresno. Thanks for your time.
All right, thank you, Sean. Any further speakers on this conditional use permit? Seeing none in the chamber, seeing no hands on Zoom, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. I do believe we had a motion. Was there a second on that motion already?
I do have a motion, but it's very technical, so let me first thank the residents of 93721 for being fully involved and for all the design recommendations, and also for Verizon. They've actually been pretty responsive with us back and forth on recognizing that a tree of that height really doesn't fit the skyline of a downtown urban setting, and they have been open to making design changes to address the aesthetic nature of the antenna. All of us know that we all expect 5G reception everywhere in the city, especially in the downtown. And so this is one of those amenities that would allow us to get that. But I do want to be clear that the original designs that were submitted by Verizon don't fit the nature and the design of the neighborhood or the downtown. So we have communicated with them, and they have agreed to change the design to mirror a better aesthetic view for downtown Fresno. So with that, I'm going to make a motion to uphold the action of the planning director in approving the conditional use permit application for the cell tower on our street, with the condition that the camouflage design will make the tower look like a building that is lit up and illuminated as a light feature. So we have a lot of beautiful buildings in downtown. The water tower, when it's lit up, it's amazing. Downtown buildings are lit up. So with that motion, I'd like to proceed. And thank you again for the residents for giving us a lot of different options and designs. We looked at options from other cities and how they've been able to make it mirror more of their skyline and their local context. So with that, that's my motion, Council President.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Go to call, roll call vote, clerk.
All right, 10:05 a.m. hearing. Approval as amended by Councilmember Arias, second by Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Soria. Yes. Councilmember Carbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Yep. Councilmember Chavez, thank you. Absent. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Passes 6-0.
Thank you, Council President, for the consideration, and thank you to the residents for helping us get a better design.
All right, so.
And then one last thing, Council President, I believe the clerk is ready to read the results of the PBID vote. If you want to take up the resolution afterwards, that's fine, but he does have the results.
Go ahead and read the results, and then we'll adjourn for lunch and return at 1:45.
All right. The city clerk's office has tabulated the assessment ballots submitted and not withdrawn, and has determined that the assessment represented by the opposition ballots did not exceed the ballots in favor of the proposed assessment. The percentage of ballots in favor of the assessment based on assessed value was 84.3%, and the percentage of ballots in opposition was 15.7%.
All right, so we'll take up the resolution when we get back at 1:45. All right, but I wanted to let them at least get it on the record so some of the folks can leave. Thanks, Council President.
Brianna, speak out, just want to confirm with you here.
Between the 3 members here in person and the 2 that are on. We'll go with the 10 a.m. item number 1, which is the hearing to adopt CFD and district number and D1. At this point, I'll go ahead and open the hearing for the 10 a.m. item number 1 regarding establishing a CFD number 11 in District 1. If there's any folks who'd like to publicly comment on the 10 a.m. item number 1, that'll be the time, either in person or on Zoom. Seeing no folks in the chamber.
Motion to approve?
I'll close the hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Clerk, will you please call the roll on 10 a.m. item number 1?
Yeah, and can I get a recap of that motion in second?
The motion was made by Councilmember Chavez, second by Councilmember Arias.
Chavez and Arias. All right. 10 o'clock, number 1. Councilmember Soria, absent. Councilmember Carbasi.
Here.
Oh, this is for 10 o'clock, number 1? Yes? All right.
Yeah, it is. Roll call.
Councilmember
Yes.
Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Here and yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld, absent. Councilmember, or Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Excellent. Passes 5-0.
You know, I actually did forget one consent item, which was from the special meeting.
Correct.
So let's go ahead and revert back to that special meeting item, the open session one. Let's see. Clerk, can you read that title off again?
Certainly. The special consent calendar item is called Notice of Resolution Amending the Council Communication Policy, 22-1196.
Yes, I believe this is an item we've heard in the past. Councilmember Arias, I believe your name was the sponsor.
Yes, Council President, thank you. It's simply a continuation of the policy and council rules that our former city attorney recommended, and that was brought forward by Councilmember Chavez, and simply continuing the policy while we have an interim city attorney, and hopefully we'll find a permanent, and at that point we can reassess all the council rules. That's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Carbasi, are you punched up?
Yes, thank you, sir. I actually don't think it was recommended by the city attorney. I think it was instructions to the former city attorney, but I just have a statement on this item. I do share the concern of my colleagues of not wanting the city attorney's office weaponized by council members, and that's why I voted last time to put this policy in place for just 90 days to see how it would pan out in practice. However, given recent events, I am very hesitant to extend this policy that can in any way be abused or aid in potentially corrupt or criminal acts. That's all I have to say on this matter. And I'll be voting against it.
All right. Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Arias, a second by Councilmember Chavez, and we have Councilmember Bredefeld punched up.
Yes, on the communication policy, it's the same sentiments I expressed before. I'm not sure why people feel the need that if somebody wants to get information about emails or anything else from the the attorney or things of that sort, why everyone needs to know that you have to pass that on to everyone else. For me, frankly, if somebody wants to find out information in terms of emails or anything that I've done here, I don't have any problem with it. It's perfectly fine. Everything we do here is public. It ought to be public. And so if somebody wants to pursue information on actions that I've taken here or emails or anything else, frankly, I welcome it and don't fear it and don't feel that everybody else needs to share it if somebody's pursuing that. So I'm not sure why the need for this. But having said that, you know, an open policy is certainly something that I support. Open communication is something I support. And so we will see how this works out. I think the people who proposed this may find that there really are unintended consequences to it, may not like it once this policy remains in effect. So we'll see. At this juncture, I will support this because there's a lot of aspects that I do like, but there's other aspects I think are unnecessary, and we will see how it unfolds.
Okay, so we do need to go out to the public on this item. We do, yeah, the special, or did we take?
It was part of the consent calendar.
That's right, it was
just
part
got
of the
pulled.
consent. Okay, great, so we did take public comment. That was fulfilled. Any further comments, questions? We have a motion, we have a second. Clerk, please call the roll.
Council communication policy, motion by Arias, second by Chavez. Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Nay.
Councilmember Arias? Aye. I believe that was an aye. Councilmember Chavez?
Yes, it was an aye.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell?
Aye.
Thank you. And Council President Esparza?
Aye.
All right, that passes.
6-1?
Yes.
All right, 6-1. All right, so that completes all the contested consent. We took care of 10 a.m. item number 1. Let's go over to 10 a.m. item number 2, which is in District 1.
10 a.m. number 2.
10 a.m. item number 2. It is approving the final map of track number 6308, northeast corner of West Ashland and North Bryan Avenue.
Do you want a staff presentation,
Councilmember.
Andy or Harmon?
I don't have any questions. I don't know if my colleagues do, otherwise I'll make a motion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I will open up the 10 a.m. item number 2 for public comments, either here in the chamber or on Zoom. All right, one speaker on Zoom, Lisa.
Hi, do I have 2 minutes or do I have 3 minutes?
You have 3 minutes.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, I don't know what you guys are talking about, so I'm going to be so off topic right now. But, you know, Homeless in Fresno, they're live streaming right now on Facebook. And I have a question for all of you. What are you going to do
Point of order,
about
Mr. President. This is off topic.
I let her get a sentence in to make sure it was going to be off topic. I was going to cut her off from the very beginning. But Lisa, yeah, so what we're doing public comment on is final tract map in District 1 at Ashland and Bryan. So please keep your comments relevant to that matter.
Okay, for a track map on policy. So as you approve policies and planning, how are you going to deal with the, it's just really sad that you guys aren't providing housing for that elderly ADA accommodating, ADA in need homeless lady who's now sitting out in front of your building under a tree. So if you want to call me out of order, then I'm out of order for a very good reason. and that you're heartless. So that's it.
Thank you, Lisa. Any additional public comments? I see the city manager's punched up.
Council President, I just wanted to thank the city attorney's office very much on this item. It was a late item, and we needed to expedite it. And so thank you to the city attorney, Rena, especially Christy Costa, for speeding this up and getting this done on quick turnaround. We couldn't have gotten it on time without their assistance. Thank you.
Thank you, and just to point out, Christy is also our EOQ, so we're very happy that she's part of our team.
All right, fantastic. I believe we had a motion and a second. Is that right, clerk? All right, let's call the roll.
10 o'clock, number 2, motion by Soria, second by Chavez. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
7-0.
7-0, okay. All right, 10 a.m. item number 3. This is a hearing for consideration of text amendment application P21-05809. This is related to zone districts where electrified fences are permitted. I believe we do have a staff presentation.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Council President, fellow council members. I do have a presentation if you'd like to see it. Otherwise, staff has nothing to add. Yes? All right. Brianna, do you have the you want me to just say next slide? You good? No, leave it there. All right. Good afternoon. I'm here today to present on the proposed text amendment related to electric fences. First, I'd like to provide some background on changes made to the development code sections related to electric fences. In 2017, City Council initiated a text amendment that allowed for both property owners and business owners to indemnify the city and hold harmless, which reduced the requirements for security and electric fences. Excuse me. In 2018, staff processed a text amendment that clarified where electric fences were permitted. And most recently, Precision Civil Engineered submitted a proposed modification to the electric fence sections on behalf of Amarok, an electric fence installer. Next slide, please. Staff was unable to make the required general plan consistency findings, but the applicant provided some findings that were approved by Planning Commission, and those were included as Exhibit J in the staff report. Next slide. Additionally, staff was unable to make the required development code consistency findings, but like the general plan findings, the applicant provided the findings and were approved by Planning Commission. Those are also included in Exhibit J. Next slide. I have a set of maps that were included in the staff report. The first map here shows the parcels that are zoned where electric fences are currently permitted, which is roughly 13.9% of the total area of the city. Next slide, please. All right, this is the second map, and this map shows the parcels that were permitted, that permit installations of electric fences based on the applicant's proposal. So that's roughly 41% of the total area of the city. It should be noted that the applicant has maps included in their presentation that depict a reduction in the area where electric fences would be permitted, but that map's based on data from SafeGraph, which is a third-party GIS provider, not the city's GIS data. The map shows where electric fences could be installed based on the existing uses of each parcel and not the underlying zoning. So it should be viewed as, should be viewed as a snapshot in time and not all of the potential locations where electric fences could be installed. There is a broad range of uses that are permitted in each zone district, and the text amendment needs to consider the long-term potential outcomes, not just present day. So the map you see here is an accurate depiction of all potential parcels where electric fences could be installed based on the proposed changes. Next map. So this map is, oh, one more. No? Maybe. This next map was not included in the original staff report, and this map shows as it was just completed. It shows where parcels where electric fences could be installed based on both the Planning Commission's and staff recommendations, which, as is noted in the applicant's presentation, is a reduction based off the current code, and this shows roughly 12.3% of the total area in the city. And this is based off of city's GIS information. Next slide. So at Planning Commission, they recommended some modifications. They'd like to see an 18-inch gap between the perimeter fence, the removal of mixed-use districts and the public and institutional districts from the permitted location, as well as not permitting electric fences to be installed within 500 feet of sensitive uses such as schools and childcare facilities. Next slide. Staff recommendations include everything from Planning Commission as well as a couple modifications. So we'd like to add in residential to the sensitive uses to explicitly call it out. Commercial Main Street districts will be removed as they allow residents, the same with regional commercial and downtown districts. We are providing for locations east of State Route 41 as there's a predominant concentration of industrial uses there, and permitted in public and institution districts when they fall under the transportation, communication, and utilities use classification. That is the end of my presentation.
All right. Let me go ahead and take public comment at this point. I have several cards. If you are in the chamber and would like to speak, please fill out a yellow card if there are any additional. And then if you are on Zoom and would like to speak, please raise your hand on Zoom. So the first card I have, Jean, do you? Oh, what was that?
The applicant has a presentation as well.
Oh, yeah, the applicant has a presentation. Okay, come on down.
Good afternoon, Council President Esparza, Council Vice President Maxwell, Council members, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Keith Kaneko, and I'm with Amarok, and I do represent a number of local businesses that are currently being affected by the issue at hand here. I do have a presentation, so hopefully that is up and ready. But certainly, I want to just kind of start out by saying that there have been electrified fences installed within the city for a number of years, almost a decade. Interestingly enough, in that almost 10 years, there's only been 27 installations. So this is not something that's needed kind of widely all the way across the city, but certainly are needed in very specific type of businesses as well as industries, which I'm going to outline here. And at present, we currently have 10 projects which are currently being held up due to the kind of exclusionary nature of the current zoning code for electrified fences. We're still working on the map. Okay, but I'll go ahead and first start out by saying that when we take a look here, I just want to clarify the types of businesses that this is relevant to are businesses that are bound to storing their valuable assets and property in an outdoor storage yard. Okay, this is not meant for retail, certainly not meant for residential. It's very specific to certain types of industries, whether it be collision repair, freight companies, shipping, as well as landscaping companies, recycling facilities, anywhere that has to store their valuable assets in an outdoor yard. All right, so let's see, we'd go and jump ahead here, next slide. But first and foremost, I did want to present something. Because what I'm going to go over, I want to make sure that everyone is kind of clear as to like what is being proposed here. So if I may request that these be handed out to the council members. And the first document that you will see is just relevant to support, okay? And I did feel the need to print that out. This is fully supported by your police chief, Chief Balderrama. Also included, the second item is going to be specifically the draft language that we are proposing. And it is a very refined culmination of all comments received from district committees, from staff, as well as the Planning Commission. So this is a very honed draft that you're looking at, and to be clear, those two documents were included in the documents that were distributed on Friday to the public as well as to the council. Okay, next slide, please. So I do want to clarify. What you're going to be reviewing here before you today is what you see in green on your screen there. The coverage is 21.4%. Okay, because I know I have to bring this up because staff is pressing on this. Their map shows in excess of 40%. That is not relevant, that is not accurate. And I'll explain why and how it relates to the documents presented. Next slide, please. Okay, next, I just want to relay the support received. Okay, 27 installations. There's been 0 complaints from the city or public. Okay, we have yet to receive any comments or concerns. These have not been an issue within the city. This received favorable votes by a majority of districts, 5 district committees. Okay, again, the police chief supports it. Many local businesses have requested support, and some of them are in attendance this afternoon to give their testimony and support for this text
Where are
amendment.
the current 27 installations?
They're all throughout the city in a wide range of areas. Predominantly, if I had to kind of select a particular district, it's going to be mostly in District 3, but they are throughout the city as well. As well as the Economic Development Corporation of Fresno County, they also support. Okay, next slide. Real quickly, I'm going to run through this. And I have to because I want to dispel any concerns about safety. First and foremost, the existing current Fresno Municipal Code for electrified fencing, section 15-2010, is solid. It addresses all the safety parameters that's required for the safe operation and design of this type of security measure. It references California state law, Civil Code section 835, which establishes the safe operational as well as engineering parameters for this type of security technology. So we're not looking to change anything in that regard. First, this type of security system always goes behind an existing non-electrified perimeter barrier. Okay, behind. No inadvertent access, nobody just walks up and accidentally touches the system.
Can you please hold your comment right now? I want to make sure we have 2 people on Zoom. Councilmember Arias, Councilmember Maxwell, are you on Zoom?
Yeah, I'm still present, and I could hear Brianna.
Thank you.
I'm present and I can hear the whole thing.
Okay, thank you both.
And by the way, thank you for the Wi-Fi at the airport. It works.
What?
Wi-Fi at the airport works.
Okay, may I continue? Okay. So this type of system and practically how it works, it is pulsed current. That is what makes it medically safe. Again, it conforms with the international safety standard for this type of security technology. It is a system that is solely powered by a 12-volt DC battery. It's not connected to AC power, okay? And its pulse only occurs every 1.3 seconds, and the duration is very short, okay, akin to a static shock. It's certainly startling, but it does not cause injury, and certainly does not cause, it's not lethal. But again, the last point, if a criminal comes in contact with the system, it is because they made a concerted effort to trespass, meaning climb over, cut through an existing perimeter barrier that separates the public space from the actual security fence. Okay, next slide. These standards are not arbitrary. They are standardized internationally, nationally, state, as well as the Fresno Municipal Code. Next slide. Here's just some sample installations. The system consists of 20 horizontal strands of wire, very visually transparent, and it goes on the interior of a property. Okay, next slide. Next slide. Here's an example, existing installation in Fresno, West Valley Construction on North Parkway. Okay, next slide. Quick history. Okay, I'm not going to belabor this. Mr. Wilson had already covered this, but again, in 2015, it was allowed in all non-residential zones, okay? And even with that fact, even during that time, on average, about only 4 or 5 applications were received per year for this type of security technology because it is very specific to the type of business and industry. In 2019, electric fencing got thrown into the same bucket as barbed wire. You may all remember that. And somehow it got likened to barbed wire and was only allowed. They are distinctly different. There's 2 separate sections of code. And therefore, we're requesting to have it separated and not liken the two. Electrified fencing is safer than barbed wire. It does not hang out into the public right-of-way. It's not accessible just by reaching up above your head and touching it. Again, this electric fencing, by the standard, must go behind a non-electrified perimeter barrier, so there's no inadvertent access to the system. Okay, next slide, please. Current issue. Okay, next slide. The current issue is that the current code is inherently exclusionary. And zones that permit light and basically industrial and commercial uses are currently prohibited from installing this type of security system. And again, 10 projects are currently on hold because of this. Okay, next step, or next slide. Okay, I want to address some staff findings real quickly. The staff mentioned it compromises the safe walkability. These systems do not jump up and shock somebody. Again, there are already parameters built into the Fresno Municipal Code that make these safe to be installed in an area where somebody could be walking by. Again, it's on the interior of a property behind a non-electrified perimeter barrier. There's clear standards there in the bullet points that is taken directly from your municipal code that clarify, the safety design and layout of this type of security system. Must comply with setbacks, be behind a non-electric fence, and certainly not leaning out into the public right-of-way. Next, staff had mentioned the modification to permanent electric fences in additional zone districts seeks to promote and protect the safety and general welfare of private businesses at the expense of the health and safety of the general public. That is not true. This system is not just about protecting property and material assets. These businesses that are here today and those that I represent, their number one concern is employee safety. When they have criminal trespassers on their property, that is priority number one and concern, is they're worried about their employees being confronted by a criminal trespasser, harassed, and potentially even worse. Okay, next slide. CEPTED was mentioned as a supposed alternative. This system, security system, is part of CEPTED, crime prevention through environmental design. I won't belabor all the points, but it touches on all the elements of crime prevention through environmental design and should be considered as one and the same. Okay, next slide. Now I want to address some Planning Commission recommendations as well as staff's. This is important. Permitted locations. Currently, what Planning Commission staff are recommending is to exclude just holistically and summarily mixed-use districts, as well as geographically restrict other zones. What I underline there is what staff and Planning Commission are recommending is more prohibitive than current code. It's more restrictive. And I have some maps to show that. Next, no build within a 500-foot radius. That is an arbitrary concept that Planning Commission, it came out of nowhere. Let me clarify. 1/3 of our current installations are within 500 feet of a supposed sensitive use. Residential, school, and you know what? There's been 0 complaints from the public as well as the city. There's been no issues there. So there has been some experience as well as precedent set that these are not an issue within the city. And last point, Planning Commission recommended 18-inch setback from the non-electric fence. That is not code compliant. That does not comply with the international safety standard, IEC 60335-2-76, and the California Civil Code Section 835. I am just going to relay the point that the Fresno Municipal Code, technically, as it currently stands, is accurate. It's correct, and it includes all the safeguards necessary for this type of security technology. Okay, next slide. Here's our maps. Current code, 16.4% of space, land. Staff's code, What's presented before you by staff makes it more restrictive, 13%. Okay, next slide. This is what we're proposing. Current code 16.4, we're requesting to nominally expand this just to 5% more. And what this does, and I'm going to show you in the succeeding slides here, is this allows the appropriate types of businesses and industries to install this type of security technology. Okay, next slide. I'm not going to read through all this, but certainly what we've done, and if you look on the draft language before you, we have carved out specific uses, okay, within the sensitive zones that Planning Commission as well as staff brought up, as well as the district committees. Downtown, mixed use, as well as public, semi-public. We've carved those out and specified it can only be used in those very few zones, or it's going to be very few uses. Okay, next slide. One thing just to look at here is what's highlighted in green on the bottom. Specified use classifications. Only 13 of 94 uses will be allowed to have this type of security technology. PSP, 9 of 43. Downtown, 20 of 109 uses. So we've honed this. We have sharpened this and narrowed this down, made it precisely accurate to where it needs to be. Again, taking into consideration all of the general concerns from the stakeholders. Okay, next slide. Mentioned here, supporting findings. Okay, I'm not going to go over those. Those are all, I believe it is Exhibit K, okay, in the staff report. Those are all the findings within the general plan that support crime prevention, support business retention, business development, addresses employee safety. Next slide. So, in summary, I respectfully request that City Council approve a motion to accept the draft that's before you right now and have it be based upon the findings that were mentioned in the previous slide, which is Exhibit K within your staff report. I understand that there's a balance here. All of you are in a tough position often to make decisions and find the balance of need and importance. But what I want to just kind of finish as a comment. The wants, desires, plans for tomorrow can never be met if you don't take care of the present need today. And right now, you're going to hear from the customers, these businesses, they don't want the security system. They absolutely need it. Thank you very much.
Okay, that'll conclude the presentation by both staff and the applicant. We'll move into the public hearing portion of it. So again, I do have several cards. And the first is going to be Jean Dew.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Gene Deal. I'm with Caliber Collision. I've been managing this facility downtown on Broadway for a year now. Since then, we've had 3 break-ins. Roughly 7, 8 times they've cut our fences. 40 vehicles have been vandalized, destruction, facilitated outside our lots. We've tried moving vehicles into our facility. We are over capacity, so we are having to leave vehicles outside, and there's a definite need for having some type of security to keep our customers' vehicles safe while they're in our possessions. So that's all I have to say. All right.
Thank you. Next speaker is going to be James Gray.
Hello, my name is James. I'm with Enterprise Rent-A-Car off of 4880 North Blackstone, so Blackstone and Shaw area. We've been in that location for about 9 months, just moved up there from Auto Center Drive. And within the 9 months, we've had 10 to 11 catalytic converters stolen. Our fences have been cut probably 7 to 8 times. The most recent one, there was actually someone on our property trying to steal a catalytic converter. It was towards the early morning, employee going on site to open everything up. The person is on the back lot. Luckily, this person trying to steal stuff from us got scared, ran off, actually jumped into a neighboring facility. But we're just concerned about our employees. We have tons of cars on our back lot. We have cars that are being sold, cars that are being rented, cars that are being repaired. So we are a target for stuff like this. 9 months, 11 catalytic converters, that is a lot of business for them. So we're just trying to make sure our facility is secure. We had barbed wire, didn't work. We had a perimeter motion cameras. They found a way around those. We installed higher tech cameras to be monitored overnight. They've hid behind cars, found a way through there. We have this system installed in other cities at our enterprises that have been having same issues. And as soon as they were installed, the issues stopped. We did not have a single accident from employees with the fence, and any vandalism has stopped. So it's just like, it's not a want. We don't want to have to pay for more security, but we need to secure our property and to protect our employees. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker in the chamber is going to be Gloria Ramirez. Gloria, are you with us? No? Okay. All right, we have a couple speakers on Zoom. At least I see one at least for now. Lisa Flores.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to let you know that I've been following this because I'm very interested in this. As I spoke earlier today, most of the time you guys don't get to know what's going on as far as your planning commission, and this is one of the things that it just really bothers me. The fact that we're going to allow the electrification of close to 40% of Fresno. The increase. If you look at the map, before and after map of this, what the city is saying is going to happen, look where the majority of the electrified fencing is going to go. It's going to go into areas that are and have been predominantly had to endure environmental racism. So basically, what you're dealing with is putting an undue burden onto communities that have historically faced undue burden. And I just am really against this. I think that it's poorly planned, poorly thought out. 18 inches to me is just not far enough from the border. It's just not far enough. I think of, some wayward kids on a spring day jumping a fence and getting shot. That's what I'm thinking of. I just don't like this. I don't think Fresno needs this. I think there are other avenues. It sounds like there needs to be more policing, catalytic converter theft. We get hit in the Tower District all the time. We're not asking to be electrified. So, I'm just against this. I do not think Fresno needs this. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional speakers on Zoom or in the chamber? I do see one more. Lori Ramirez on Zoom. I saw your hand raised, now it's gone. Clerk, are they still on?
I'm here.
Okay, yeah, welcome, Lori.
Thank you. So I'm Gloria Ramirez. I'm the executive director of a nonprofit here in town. We are the ARC Fresno Madera County, serving over 600 individuals with developmental disabilities every day. And we have a large fleet of vehicles. And at one of our sites at Ashland and 168, we have at least 28 vehicles that are parked every night behind a gated fence. And for about a year and a half, we had over 13 catalytic converters stolen to the tune of almost $25,000, between $25,000 and $30,000. Then I had to repair the cyclone fence 4 or 5 times, and then I stopped doing it because I realized that was dumb because they're going to keep cutting them. That was another $5,000. And then while I was going through the process to have this electric gates put in, I had to pay for a security guard company to stop and be with us every night from 6 o'clock at night, I think it was 7 o'clock till probably 6 o'clock the next morning. And that was $7,000 a month. So I have spent, as an agency, a nonprofit, $70,000 in about a year and a half to stop the thieves from taking these catalytic converters and cutting our fences and taking gas as well. So needless to say, that is not a use of our monies, and our vans are solely to take these people out into the community and be among the rest of us and not be site-based all day long. We want them to be engaged in our community and be members. And we couldn't do that every time a van was shut down and taken into a shop and had to wait for a catalytic converter to be bought and installed. And we've done it every time. We repaired 13 of them, but twice we brought that vehicle back to our property, and the next day they came and stole it again. So I am a huge proponent of these electric fences. We cannot allow the thieves to come and keep taking our possessions that are affecting people with disabilities in my case. And I just want you to know that we are up against a neighborhood who was applauding me for doing this. They had seen people come into their neighborhoods. They saw people go into their backyards trying to get over the walls to get into our property. And when they found out about the electric fence, they did have a couple questions. I was able to answer their concerns, and they were fine with it and very thankful that we had done that because they were going to see a reduction in crime in the area. And so they're very thankful. Our fence lines actually turn on at 6 o'clock at night, and then they come off at 7:30 in the morning when my staff do come to work. A couple of those times when they came to get those catalytic converters, they actually scoped us out. They knew exactly when our security guard left and came moments after before we opened and took one. So it's imperative that we have this ability to have these fences and to secure our property and to do what we do in business here in Fresno. So thank you for your time.
Okay, any additional speakers on this matter? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. I do have several folks punched up. I know the city manager wanted to chime in very briefly. So city manager and then Councilmember Soria.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify. I know the letter from Chief Balderrama was referenced a couple of times by the applicant, and I just want to make it crystal clear that, and maybe I just misinterpreted and misunderstood the applicant, the way I received the information. What the chief is trying to communicate in his letter is that he does see electric fences as an alternative safety measure. When a police officer can't be there all the time, it does provide additional safety to businesses and locations. However, he in no way is attempting to say that he supports the applicant's proposal over staff's proposal. I think even staff is in support. I think the disagreement is just over, how and where these are going to be utilized. So I just want to make sure it's clear that what Chief Balderrama is saying is he does think they enhance security, but he's going to leave the where and the how to the planning professionals. So I just want to make sure and put that on the record. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Soria.
I guess this is for the staff in terms of the process. With this new text amendment, how would someone go by the process to erect this fence in their property?
Are you talking about the applicant's proposal or the staff's
Your
proposal?
guys' proposal.
So our proposal it'd be the exact same as it is now.
Which
They'd
is
come in and
what?
it's a zone clearance process.
Okay.
So they come in and if it's allowed within that zone district, then they'd submit the application. It's a pretty easy, seamless process.
Okay, so you guys just said, yes, it's allowed there, and they go about their merry way. What about?
But obviously it has to go through the. Oh.
Yeah, so.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So in terms of the process, there is an application for an entitlement. There's also an application for a building permit. In the entitlement process, there would be a verification that the location was correct, that the site, the distances and the separation were accurate. There is also a legal document that is assigned. It's an indemnification agreement with the owner of the fence, not necessarily the property owner. It depends on who owns the fence. Typically, it's the electric fence company that owns the fence. There is a required indemnification agreement with the owner of the fence before they can receive approval to get the building permit to install the fence. So regardless of whose colors on the map this would apply to, that process would still be in place. And that was approved by the city council a number of years ago.
Okay. And question on the process, for example, if we adopt the city staff's recommendation, but there is a property owner and that is a business that is experiencing significant challenges with break-ins or public safety concerns, is there a process for which they can try to get an exception to the current policy?
No. So the only way they could do that would be to rezone their property.
Okay. So I'm just trying to figure out like a fine balance. I am trying to be sympathetic for those that are impacted by, the comments that were made in terms of the stories, the safety concerns, the employee safety concerns that they have. And so I don't know if there's a way where we can adopt the city's position or the recommendation, but allow for, those folks to come to council and ask without it being a whole rezone process, because I know that the rezone process can be very expensive.
Right. So the other option for the city council would be to allow these with a conditional use permit, similar to the way we allow an alcohol institution or establishment or cell tower that we just talked about this morning, right? A conditional use permit application is another alternative to this process that currently is in place.
So we could technically, and I don't know, I'd like to hear what my colleagues have to say. We could adopt the city staff's recommendation in addition to, if there are other places that people may want, then they would have to go through a conditional use permit. Does that come to the council?
It would come to the council if appealed, unless the text was written in such a way that it automatically came to Planning Commission and City Council, which is an alternative as well.
Okay. I don't know how the council members feel, but I feel like maybe if they are not included in the staff recommendation, maybe the council members having kind of the final say, if it doesn't lie on those areas. That would be maybe my fix in terms of right now thinking, from the top of my head on how to find a compromise
To
where.
be more flexible. I think the challenge for us is knowing that uses move around, right? So tenants move from place to place, whether that's the sensitive use or the user that would like to use the electric fence. So having a standard based on the use for a physical improvement is definitely a challenge because the uses move around. So having that electric fence, knowing that could move at any time. So keeping the zone district as the base, right? And then if there are separation requirements from sensitive uses.
Let's let the director finish, and then I had.
I'm still, yeah.
Oh, actually.
I'm still.
Is this relevant to Councilmember Soria? It's up to you. It's up to her.
Well, if I can have the director just finish her comments, or.
The base zone district is the defining characteristic for where it would be permitted, but then special considerations within the text amendment for a conditional use permit. Now we'd have to go back through the process to create a conditional use permit for those additional uses or locations, or a flexible process, rather than currently it is a standard development permit process. But certainly that could be allowed based on those zone districts.
Okay. I think I would be open to allowing that, taking staff recommendation with the caveat that we create a process by which we allow folks to apply for other locations, and then the council can make a determination whether that should be allowed or not. That would be my.
So one technical point. So if the council adopts what is in front of them today in terms of staff's recommendation, or what the applicant originally proposed, which has been considered by the district committees and planning commission, those could be considered and adopted today. Anything different, for example, a conditional use permit process, would have to go back through the standard text amendment process. But you could adopt, for example, the staff's recommendation today, and then say, come back with a conditional use permit for the more flexible option after it's gone through the process.
And how long will that take?
Given that all the documents are there, it would probably be 60 to 90 days, depending on how long it takes to get to each of those district committees, notices, publications, et cetera.
And I heard, I think when the staff presentation, or not the staff, the applicant presentation was made, that there are 10 applications being held up. So if we approve this today, would those be able to move through the process?
I don't have specifics on each of those 10, so I wouldn't be able to give you a definitive answer one way or the other, but we can certainly research.
So people have not applied yet, or?
If they have applied, their applications have not been flagged for me.
Okay. I'd like to hear what my other colleagues have to say.
Councilmember Soria, first, the applicant, I think, had some input on your questions. And then we'll move through. I have Councilmember Chavez and Councilmember Arias.
Councilmember Soria, I do want to address your kind of inquiry from the start. Let me be clear. What staff is proposing with regard to permitted locations is more restrictive than current day code. To holistically, for example, say you can't install anything north of 41, that is basically discriminatory in a sense that you're just kind of geographically discriminating against businesses being allowed to install this that have an industrial commercial use. Same thing with them excluding mixed use. That is why we took the laborious effort to hone down the use tables and identify exactly the types of businesses that this security system could apply to. That's how we at Amarok and all the customers, we've narrowed this down to be applicable. The consideration to have this go through a CUP process as an exception, that is laborious. It's resource intensive for your staff, the city. That is not the best route. The best route is to follow the carve-out, to have it be applicable to just the certain very few uses under each zone. Then by nature, they will go where they need to go. And again, I referenced the fact, in almost 10 years, there's only been 27 installations. These are not needed everywhere. Only certain types of businesses need them. So I implore you to consider, there's two different versions being debated right now. But ours has the rationale behind it. It's logical, and it's the easiest for all, including city staff. Everyone's time and resources are limited. To have to pull this all through a CUP process is not advisable. Thank you.
Raj, before we proceed, you and I, or you and my office, I think I had some communication. What's that noise? Let's fix that. Testing, testing. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, so Raj, I think you and my office had some communication, so I wanted to kind of put that out there. You know, obviously the applicant's proposal is out there. It's been presented. It's up for consideration here. What would it take, process-wise, to be able to arrive at that proposal, if that's what the council wanted to do?
So if you wanted to consider the applicant's version of the proposal, that is a version that, under the development code, could be a substantial modification to what was originally presented. So you were looking at something that was originally presented, and it had to go to PC because it's a Chapter 15 text amendment. When it went to PC, they provided input, and that input included some recommendations that changed it. And now both of these are in front of you. You can either go with the original version or the version that went through PC. If you go with anything else, including the applicant's proposal, which has not been vetted by planning staff fully, nor our office, and we've done a cursory review, and there may be a substantial modification between the original version and the latest version presented by them, then the process is, under the municipal code, you have to kick it back to PC for PC to look at. And so if you're considering anything new that's not already been vetted, it needs to go back to PC.
All right, thank you, Raj. I just wanted to give the full council context in case that's the direction we do end up going, so you know what needs to be done. We're going to proceed with the council. So Councilmember Chavez is punched up, then Arias,
thank you,
then
Council
Carvasi.
President, and I want to thank our staff for the legwork they've done. I want to thank the business owners that took the time out of their day to show up, and the representative of the industry for their work. And I don't want this to take an adversarial tone because that's not what this is about. Staff's presenting recommendations on where they feel these things should go. I think there's consensus on that, but I just want to address some of the comments that were made by the business owners. I represent the southeast part of the city, and if you can see from that map, that has quite a bit of purple, being a combination of city and county islands that we have. The frustration that I heard from the business owners today is exactly what I hear on a daily basis from our folks along the Kings Canyon corridor. I have two businesses right now that are without air conditioning because the folks broke in through the back and stole all their wiring, that they now have to incur over $20,000 in expenses for them to be able to fix that to operate their business on a normal, day-to-day basis. So with that, I want to thank everybody that sent me their input on this. I don't think what the industry is asking for is too extreme. I think we should make it as easy as possible for business owners to have this tool in their toolbox. I think it would drastically reduce the number of calls that we get from our police services. I actually have a business that had their whole chain link fence stolen, ironically, over on California and Orange. So I think this is a tool that we could utilize, and I think we should make it as easy as possible for business owners to place these in their property to make sure that they don't have a repeat theft occurrences that we know we have those. We know that that's a problem. There's some state legislation that I've been very public about. We can't control that, but we can provide this type of solutions for our community. So I'm actually going to make the motion to accept the applicant's modifications, understanding what our legal counsel just explained, to have them have that ability to provide these types of services for folks. I do want to make sure that the district has input. So city attorney, what would that look like with accepting the recommendations from these folks, but having it go through maybe our implementation committee so that they can weigh in and have some input on that as well?
Right, so I think that you would, the motion would include returning it to the district committees and planning commission. And I see staff nodding, so.
So I'm gonna make that motion.
I have a question.
Council President, I'd like to second the motion.
They already seconded.
You get the third, Miguel. Is it a quick question or is it a speech?
Yeah, no. I just wanted to ask a quick question because I want to make sure. So, will approving goes to committees? Do the committees have the ability to make any recommendations just in case there are properties or whatnot, or areas where the committee feels different than what the applicant is saying. I just want to make sure that,
That's what I understood from our city attorney. Raj, is that correct with that? Would they have an opportunity to provide input?
So on the issue of input, there are timelines associated with you kicking it back to Planning Commission if you're considering an alternate version. Some of the other options you've got are you can deny the text amendment altogether and it can start over, which would kick it back, and at that point it has to go through the district committees, Planning Commission, and come back to you.
No, that's not what was discussed, Raj. Let me just make sure that we're all clear,
what
because I
I'm
want to
trying
make
to
sure we're on the same page. We want to accept the applicant's modifications, but include a provision that would require when somebody comes and applies for one of the fences to go through the implementation committee process.
Right, so if that's the way if that's the direction that you're moving, that would likely be a substantial modification to what was originally presented. So staff can take that together with your other suggestions back to Planning Commission, have them vet it, and they'll kick it back to you again with your suggestions incorporated.
That was the motion that I had made. That's what
Okay.
the intent was.
Yeah, sorry about the confusion.
yes. So then it'll go back to planning and then back to us. Okay, perfect. Okay, I can support that.
All right, so Councilmember Arias, you were punched up next, followed by Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, Council President. Just as noted by the applicants, in my district has most of these fences have been installed, and I'm supportive of expanding the amount of areas that are eligible on the condition, as the motion was made, that council offices are notified and that district implementation committees can provide feedback, because all of our districts are in different phases of evolution to get to their current zoning. So I want to make sure that there's neighborhood and community input before a fence is officially installed. So with that, I'll be happy to support the motion on the floor.
All right, Councilmember Carbasi.
Yeah, welcome to Jurassic Park, all these electric fences. I'm not sold yet. Just reading the packet over the last few days, and this presentation is really all the exposure I've had to this item. I have some questions for Drew, if you don't mind coming up. Drew. I just want to make sure, and this may actually maybe for legal counsel, Drew, if we change the rules, because if we're going to allow more electric fencing, I can tell you at least my office is going to get calls from people saying they're concerned. I want to make sure there's more community input. So Raj, if we do it that way, I don't want to get stuck in a situation where it comes to us as a formality, but it's by right and we have to approve it. I want to make sure if we're going to allow it go to the implementation committees and PC, if we have the authority as council members to make the recommendation not doing it. Is that? No, if someone can clarify on that. Yeah, sorry. Otherwise, it's just a formality to say that they're still going to go through no matter what.
Right. So a development permit is a discretionary permit. It does allow for discretion. We can forward it to the implementation committees, the project review committees for review, who can provide feedback to staff as they're applying the standards that would be in the code. And then if it's approved, we can provide notice to council offices, or if it's in review in addition to district committees, and it could be appealed to Planning Commission and City Council. So currently, a development permit would not go to Planning Commission and City Council, but it could be reviewed by the implementation project review committees. But again, my basic concern isn't necessarily that process. That process is fine. I don't have an issue with that at all. My concern is applying a physical standard, allowing on a land use on the table rather than a zone district, right? Because with that use could move around, it's permitted in a multiple zone districts, right? So the use within the zone district is more of a challenge to implement than what this process that you've just described. So that's a broader, graver concern for me. Mixed use districts not just allow, but require residential. So every mixed use district is going to have residential uses in it. So that's the broader concern for me.
I want to get to that second part because that's actually another thing I was concerned about. So the very first part, I just want to be clear. Let's say we make this modification and it goes through the layers, implementation, PC, your office, and then eventually the council. If you determine, no, this meets all the requirements, but then I have people come in here saying, look, this is too close to our pocket park. We don't want it there. If I, as a council member, want to say, you know what, I'm going to weigh your interest over this private interest, will I have the ability to do that, or do I have to say, no, it meets all the warrants, I'm sorry?
Yes, so this would still be discretionary.
Okay.
So just like any of our other development permits, it
Right.
could be appealed.
It's just in that category?
Yes.
Okay.
So it would only be reviewed by staff and the implementation committees and noticed to the districts. It would not automatically go to planning commission or city council unless it was appealed.
Okay, and I would like to know the differences, if you can give me some of the key differences between your recommendation and this private party's recommendation, because I'm a bit concerned about that we're veering off so much from what the staff recommendation is.
Right, so, and Drew can give some specific examples, but there are certain types of uses that would be permitted under the applicant's recommendation that could be permitted within a mixed-use zone district. So it would be, so instead of being excluded from the zone district as a whole, it could be used, and their map shows where those businesses are today. But that business may move into a different location.
Hold on, if you could please
go ahead.
sit, sir. Go ahead, Director.
So that business could move into a different location, and they would have to go through the process to apply again, but it could move around within that zone district rather than being static. So a use, once we give that entitlement, goes with the property, not with the business.
Okay, all right. Drew, was there anything else you wanted to add about some of the differences with what you're recommending versus the other party?
The differences were outlined perfectly.
Okay, got it. That's it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Redfield.
Yeah, I'm fully supportive of the motion. That's why I seconded it. The reality is that we live in the state of California where it's easy to get away with crime, and that's what these business owners are dealing with. There's no accountability. People are stealing catalytic converters or air conditioning parts or breaking into their businesses. They're not caught. They're not put away. They're basically, if they're caught, released. There's no fear of the law, and that's the problem. And so we are left with the incompetence and malfeasance of Sacramento politicians who don't create strong laws to prevent this. We see it all across the state. We're the laughingstock across the country in terms of rampant crime going on, and you, the business owners, are having to deal with it. So this is a solution to try to help. We have to electrify fences to keep bad guys, criminals out of your businesses. So I'm fully supportive of it, but let's not forget why we're having to do this. It's because we live in a state where they've weakened every criminal law and there is no accountability. And that's the unfortunate consequence of what we're dealing with. So I will certainly be supportive of this, and hopefully this helps all the businesses that are being victimized by rampant crime.
City Manager, were you punched up?
Thank you. So I just certainly agree with some of the points that Councilmember Bredefeld meant as far as being supportive of business owners and the issues that we're facing. We, as a city, have been facing rampant catalytic converter theft ourselves. So we understand the concerns of the businesses. What I want to make sure that everybody's clear on the process that's going to be moving forward. So should the council adopt the motion that's on the floor, it will go back to the Planning Commission for consideration and then come back to the City Council. And if the council adopts it intact and it gets put down, then as these permit applications come into the city to Jennifer, it'll be a development permit. It'll be within her discretion to issue it or not. I think we hear what the council's concerns are, and we'll make sure that she builds into her process to circulate it to the district committees and notify the council offices so they know that this permit application has been submitted. She'll receive the feedback. She'll make her determination as to whether or not she's going to grant the permit or deny it. That will then be subject to appeal. That will then go to the Planning Commission, and then ultimately possibly appealed again to the City Council. So obviously very complicated process. So there's a lot of moving parts in this. What I do want to make sure before this comes back to the council, I would like to make sure I have a very clear understanding from the city attorney's office. It's the department's job to make sure that we're upholding the development code. So I think the conversation, the differences that we are hearing are their attempt to adhere to what the development code says versus the applicant wanting a little more flexibility. So I just want to make sure that when this comes back, that we're not putting staff in a position of having to implement something that might be vague or a little bit in conflict with the development code. So if we can make sure we're all crystal clear on that, that would be great. I know we have time to sit down and hash that out. I just hate having staff be put in the position when it creates a lot of gray area of having to interpret something that is not very clear. It's not the way the code was designed. You know, for instance, the code was designed to read horizontally, not vertically. And so that's just maybe a poor example, but we're being now asked to read the code horizontally. So just create some conflict, and I always like to foresee conflict and try and address it ahead of time so that when we're all of a sudden we're in a conflict and we have people upset and there's always a time deadline. So I want to try and address those things up front as soon as possible as we're working through this. So once again, whatever the council wants to do moving forward, I think we all want to be able to provide our business owners a mechanism to provide additional safety. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you, Council President.
Councilmember Carbasi, you're punched up again?
I think you answered the question. I just want to make sure you're okay moving forward, because I am very concerned about the differences between staff's recommendation and then what's being proposed.
If the attorney's office can tell me that it can be legally implemented to be and conform with our code, then I'm okay with that.
Okay.
We will be reviewing.
I don't have anybody punched up anymore. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Clerk, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Okay, 10 o'clock, number 3, accepting the applicant's version and going back to the Planning Commission and district committees. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
No.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
And I
6-1.
just need to interject and clarify the motion because you mentioned the district committees and it would only be a referral back to Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that was 10 a.m. item number 3. What was the count on that, Clerk? 6-1?
6-1.
Okay. Let's see, 3 o'clock on the dot. City Manager, it looks like we missed the time frame on one of the workshops. What number was that?
Yes, we did. We were going to have Dr. Hurley from UC Davis and Fresno Humane here to talk to us about community cats. We'd like to bring that back on August 11th. And then just know that if you're receiving calls between now and then, to kind of maybe make a list of your questions, because we were hoping to get ahead of any constituent complaints by providing you information. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, we appreciate that effort. So is there a motion required to table that, or just by consensus?
Yeah, we can do that by consensus.
Okay, all right, yeah, so bring that back August 11th, 3A. All right, let's finish off the second half of the 10 a.m. item number 4. That was with respect to the P bid, the resolution declaring the results. The results were read off, I believe, earlier in the day.
84.3% in favor and 15.
Mr. President, I have to log off for this.
Yeah, okay, just, well, someone will give you a call when it's time to come back on.
Yes, Soria and Arias are conflicted out, and they have both left.
Okay. So let's see, the second half of this item. Now that we've heard the announcement of the vote, we'll continue council deliberations and then vote on whether or not to renew the downtown Fresno P-bid and authorize the levy of district assessments. Is there anyone who would like to punch up or respect to this item? Motion by Councilmember Redfield, I'll second that. We have a motion and a second. Is there any additional public comment needs to be taken, or is that part been fulfilled? Okay. All right, let's vote. Roll call.
All right, Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes. No.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
All right, 5-0.
That passes 5-0. Okay.
And thank you very much to the council, to our property owners here in the downtown, and to the PBID staff and our consultant who helped the clerk in this great effort to get us to this point. So congratulations, everybody. Good job.
All right, that brings us to the 10:10 a.m. item. This is actions pertaining to the Fresno Veterans Support Revenue Enhancement Ordinance, sponsored by myself, my colleagues Chavez and Arias. Councilmember Chavez, do you want to go ahead and kick this one off?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. And for the benefit of the public, we've been working on this for a couple of months, and we do have our folks that have been helping on this. Mr. Talian, if you could maybe come up and give an overview of where we're at. I want to thank our city attorney for the work that they've been doing on this measure and legwork that was required. We started off with this, I believe, late last year. In trying to work through what this would look like for the city of Fresno, but I'm happy to report that we now have an initiative that's ready to go to the ballot with some language that we feel would be supported by the city of Fresno. But at the end of the day, I think what this will mean for our veterans is support services in the areas of housing, of making sure that veterans are not homeless, services, mental health, substance abuse, counseling, psychological assistance for our folks that came back with PTSD. And so with that, I'll let our consultant do some legwork on providing the public an overview of what this will look like, and then the language that will be asked of the voters in this upcoming November cycle. So, Mr. Tablian.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you so much, Council. Good afternoon. Alex Tavlian with Local Government Strategic Consulting. I've been serving the city since February, providing technical assistance on ballot measures specifically related to this veteran support ordinance that you'll be voting on today. We've dubbed it Measure V for veteran, and I'm excited to talk a little bit about the progress that we've taken over the last 6 months in shaping this initiative for the ballot this November. If we can move on to the next slide, please. So just a little quick timeline. We began work in February of 2021. The initial ask of the city was to pursue a ballot measure tied to the formation of a Veterans Memorial District, which is governed by the California Military and Veterans Code. It's a very specific unit of government, a very special district. The task was basically to try and create the answer to what Clovis has in the Clovis Veterans Memorial District. And we began working on the legwork that would be necessary to accomplish this, along with the LAFCO requirements to put properties into a district like this. The following month, we began discussing with the Clovis Veterans Memorial District how we could work together and collaborate, and more importantly, deal with the issues at LAFCO in addressing, and if you remember back in December when Raj was presenting to you all, there are some issues related to overlap. We have parcels in the city of Fresno that are part of the Clovis Veterans Memorial District, and it became apparent to us very early on in the process that this procedure, along with changes at the LAFCO, would make it incredibly difficult to form a special district. It would also be incredibly restricting. The Military and Veterans Code only allows for a certain amount of expenditures to go towards certain initiatives. The primary basis of these districts was to provide facilities for veterans. What they are not really empowered to do is directly provide services to veterans. And based on the comments from the Veterans Subcommittee, that was a high priority, was providing services to veterans, not just having American Legion halls or VFW halls or fixing up the Memorial Auditorium. There was more to this initiative than just that. So we wanted to make sure that we were in compliance with the law. And so we began to pivot, if we can go to the next slide, please, into a development of a special tax measure in place of forming the Veterans Memorial District. This would allow for the city of Fresno to collect revenue across the entire city rather than just a small portion of our tax base. As you guys know, the Clovis Veterans Memorial District is assessed on a parcel basis. This is a sales tax measure, so there's a little bit of a different method of collection for purposes of revenue generation. In May, we actually introduced a draft version of Measure V to get some clarity from the council if there were any needs for adjustments on the broad strokes of the measure. And we were very happy with the rollout at the Fresno Veterans Memorial Auditorium, really looking at facilities and understanding what is needed for our constituents here in the city of Fresno, along with the veterans who have relied on it for the Veterans Museum and also the halls around the city of Fresno that could use some upgrading. If we can move to the next slide, please. In June, we conducted, along with the polling firm FM3 Research, a viability survey on this measure based on the structure that was developed in May to determine, A, that this is a viable measure in November of 2022, and to get a little more clarity on what are some of the voter attitudes towards providing services, fixing up facilities in the city of Fresno when it comes to veterans. And so from those results, which I'll share in just a minute, we worked with the city attorney's office and outside counsel to develop the final version that's in front of you today regarding Measure V. And so if we go to the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about the results. So again, the two primary objectives in this polling was to A, identify the greatest needs that we need to address in this measure as we go from here today at council to the ballot box in November. And then B, is this a viable measure? Is the city of Fresno engaging in an activity at the ballot box that is going to be successful? And that this is not a waste of time or a waste of energy, and we can address other things that may be more important. Going on to the next slide, please. Oh, sorry. We found initially in our survey that on a plain reading of the question that we are going to present to voters, 74% of voters in the city of Fresno, and this is a high sample, we sampled 620 registered voters, 74% said they were definitely or likely to vote yes on the measure, which is a phenomenal place to start for a ballot measure of this kind. This is not something that's pre-existing. Usually pre-existing tax measures such as Measure C or Measure Z, the zoo tax, are more likely to see that kind of support because people have been paying into it and they generally see results. Sight unseen, having poll results like this is very encouraging. If we can go to the next slide. This is the overview of the blind ballot results. So out of the gate, we started off with 3/4 of the city supporting this measure, 20% in opposition, and 5% undecided. Based on the conversations with our pollster, and we're getting expanded results, this is a terrific starting point, especially because opposition is fairly small and the undecided pool starts off very small. Next slide, please. After providing full messaging, which is supporting messaging and opposition messaging, support for the measure declines to 64% of definitely and likely voters who are likely to vote yes. And what we'll see if we go to the next slide is that what we witness is support actually doesn't really go into the no category. More people, as they get conflicting messaging, just move into undecided. And so what we see is most of the people who are likely to vote yes or just kind of go back to the fence when they hear negative messaging, but they're not necessarily inclined to vote no. And that's an important distinction for us. Where we stand at 64%, given the threshold that we'll be required to do, with 12% undecided, puts us in a viable position to get this approved and get services to our veteran community here in the city of Fresno. I think we can go to the next slide here. So the key findings in the polling beyond just the ballot question itself go into some of the needs that were addressed by residents. The biggest identification of need here in this community was services. That was the biggest takeaway in discussing with our pollster, was that really people gravitated towards services to almost 2 times as much as they did to facilities, which is impressive and obviously highlights a need for our veteran community. Biggest identifiers related to homelessness and the need to provide housing for homeless veterans, but also mental health services that may not be provided currently by the VA and may not be provided even by the county or the state. And so what people really gravitated to was the fact that the city of Fresno could bridge the gap for homeless veterans and for veterans who are experiencing PTSD and other mental illness that may need some assistance that just doesn't currently exist in our.
Why wouldn't it currently exist?
There's, to be perfectly honest with you, it just boils down to where are the spending priorities at the state and the federal government. And so there are some mental health services where we're either veterans are not getting connected to them if they do exist, or the services just don't exist, period. And so when we tested this line of questioning about that there are services that do not exist presently, would you support the city of Fresno stepping in some capacity? The answer was overwhelmingly yes. I mean, this was on that particular question, respondents came in over 75%, more likely to vote for a measure that included this. And so that's a key component of our measure as it stands. In the 3 different ballots, so in the polling that we conducted, we had 3 different ballots put in front of voters. One was just blind, they didn't have any information. One was with positive messaging, and one was with negative. Poll respondents were more likely, undecided poll respondents were more likely to lean yes than no, which is very encouraging, because even with negative messaging, our undecideds are still leaning positive. So that gives us a lot of hope for going into November and making sure that we meet that 66% threshold. And then the last one is opposition did not swell regardless of the messaging put in front of people. Really, we didn't see a lot of changes in opposition. Most of the leaning, undecideds who leaned in opposition went home. No one else was moving in that direction. If we can move to the next slide, please. So this is the overview of Measure V in summary. We are proposing a 1/8 cent sales and use tax for a 20-year lifespan. The revenues that are generated from this tax are divided into 3 separate funds. We have a capital projects fund, and a services fund, and an auxiliary fund. Capital projects is focused on upgrading existing facilities, acquiring additional facilities, such as specifically related to housing. If the city wanted to get into providing homeless housing or bridge housing for homeless veterans, that is an avenue that can be utilized with the capital projects fund, along with some interim operations to getting construction and acquisition accomplished. The second fund, services, is more focused on delivery of services to veterans directly by the city, or an appropriation to service providers. So under the Military and Veterans Code, Veterans Memorial Districts can provide some funding to service providers, but they are not able to directly provide the services. Here, the city could directly provide services to veterans, depending on what services are being prescribed.
And for the benefit of the public, could you reference the anticipated revenue amount?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes. The estimated revenue is about $20 million a year. Is based on current estimates from the controller and city attorney's office. We started this process, it was a lot lower, and then we got updated numbers from sales tax revenue, and so the city is doing very well, and that's exciting for everybody, but for us that means about $20 million a year coming in, give or take, depending on our current economic conditions here in the city of Fresno. The last fund, auxiliary, was developed as a flexible spending account for the city to leverage its revenues in a way that would be able to maximize investment either in capital projects or services year to year. So this auxiliary fund allows for the city to make year-to-year adjustments, or in the instance that they want to, for example, the city would like to bond out revenues for major upgrades, major infrastructure upgrades for veterans facilities, you have the ability to tap into an auxiliary fund to make that happen. And then lastly, this measure, creates an independent 7-member Veterans Commission that will be the auditing authority for revenues, and also an advisory authority providing recommendations to the council on expenditures. It will be comprised, the nice thing is it's comprised by veterans who will have kind of direct feedback on the needs of the veterans community to ensure that the city is meeting those needs with Measure V resources. And so if we can go to the next slide, I think that is it. Yeah, so I'm happy to answer any questions regarding development and the current structure of the measure.
Okay. I think we should go to probably public comment at this point, take input, and then we'll come back up to council. So we'll go ahead and open public comments on, again, the 10:10 a.m. item pertaining to the Fresno Veterans Support Revenue Enhancement Ordinance. Is there anybody in the chamber who would like to speak, or anybody on Zoom who would like to speak with respect to this item? We have one speaker on Zoom. It's a phone number, 644. Please identify yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, this is Jonas Paulos, advocate. Well said, gentleman that's given this presentation. That's my work, man. I deal with those people every day, and I love them so much, and it's much needed. Their mental health, you know, and like you said, it's all about funding. So they end up on the street. So we need it, you know, a place for them to go. You know, Clovis is too far, and we need one. We have a lot of veterans in Fresno. I'm in support of it, and I hope we'll make it a reality. Thank you, council members. Thank you for listening to me and meeting with me. This stuff is real, man, and a lot of them die. 22 a day is even more now because of COVID and a lack of mental health. They're not getting treated. Thank you so much, and I will alert our community, and hopefully we pass it, and they earned it, actually. Everyone should get mental health, and especially them. They come back from combat, they're really messed up, and a lot of them died since I've been advocating. I can't count anymore. It's very sad, but it's real. Thank you so much for all of you guys' hard work for bringing this forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any additional comments from folks in the chamber or folks on Zoom? Raise your hands. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comments on this item. Come back up to the council.
Council, make a motion to approve.
Okay, I'll go ahead and second that. So we have a motion, we have a second on the floor. We have Councilmember Arias who was punched up first.
Just want to say that this is long overdue. Our veterans, like many have said, especially the veterans that's called in today, deserve nothing but the best as a city. We've been unable to provide that, and my hope is that the voters would show the support that we know exists based on the polling, that our veterans should have services, housing, and all the amenities that we can potentially provide them as close to their neighborhoods and to their city as possible. And I believe this is a huge step in the right direction for our city and for our veterans who served as well.
All right. Any other comment from my colleagues? Councilmember Soria and then Councilmember Bredefeld.
I have a couple questions because I appreciate the data that you presented. 63%, while may seem high, I don't think it's the threshold needed, right? I thought we needed 2/3.
That's correct. It's 2/3.
So do you guys feel confident that, you know, if we put it on the ballot that it will actually pass? Just because I know, obviously, 2/3.
Yeah, 2/3 is a high threshold, admittedly. Starting off at a position of 74% on a blind ballot is very encouraging.
Okay.
And so what I will note in reading the polling results, and I'm happy to provide to all council members the full book, we're receiving it today, this afternoon, is that I have to caution that polling numbers, especially the opposition, is really what is the crux here. I don't view currently any opposition forming against, or formal opposition forming against this measure. And I think that's the biggest thing, is that as it stands right now, we've seen pretty much unanimous support here in City Hall among the council and mayor's office. I think outside of here, there really hasn't been any opposition. It's not quite as contentious as some other ballot measures that'll be on the ballot in November. So for us, you know, with some public education on the measure and what it's going to accomplish, and no opposition, I view us being closer to the position of a blind ballot, where we're closer to 74% than the 64%. But yes, 2/3 is there. The biggest other outlay I'll note is we have about 12% that are undecided. Many of them are leaning positive. We put them in a box of being undecided.
Which is good. So the only concerns that I have is, you know, I get it, there's no opposition, which is great. I think that, you know, we all support our veterans. Do you guys have any concerns as it relates to the fact that Measure C is going to be on the ballot, Measure whatever Fresno State puts on it will be on the ballot. You know, the community just approved Measure Z. There's all the other, you know, a couple others. So I'm just wondering in terms of
overload.
The overload, you know, people complaining about some of the gas tax, and, I've been hearing it,
Yeah.
very concerning. So that's the only reason that I raised those issues. And were those considerations, just because I know that we've shifted, right? We've gone from creating a district to putting forward, or a special district to putting forward an initiative.
Right. So we did ask about a couple of items in negative messaging focused on cost of living, in rising costs to families, and then additionally other ballot measures that may be on the ballot as well, to get a sense. On a separate track with this measure, we also tested an alternative measure because we wanted to, and that's why we have such a high sample size, which is not common. Typically in the city of Fresno, you'll poll about 400 to 500 people, and that's a pretty solid sample. For us, we tested a total of 620 to get to 95% confidence. Part of that sizable sample was to test an alternative to see if we, overloaded this measure with other issues, not just veterans, beyond veterans, because a special tax is not limited to just one issue. You can add other issues on top of it. How would voters respond? Because again, if people are really geared towards veterans only, then that's good to know. But also if there is concern about an overload on tax measures on the ballot, we want to be able to detect it. And what we found was even folks who were responding saying that the rising cost of living and also a number of measures on the ballot was a deterrent to them voting in favor of it. Typically, in order for that to be an effective message or an effective influence on their vote, it has to exceed 60%. So you have to have 60% less likely to vote for it in order for that to be statistically significant in voter preferences. In the case of both of those items, neither of them exceeded 50%. They were in the high 40s. So it is something that is worth addressing. It's something that we will have to focus on as we get closer to November. But I will note that it is not at the present moment a high target, and for us it's really more about making sure that it doesn't become an issue as we get closer to November.
Great. So is today the deadline for us
I believe,
to?
Raj, the deadline's August? Today's the deadline?
Okay, so today is a deadline to vote to put it on the
November ballot.
the November
22.
ballot.
Yeah.
Okay.
So technically speaking, today is the last regular meeting that allows you to have enough time to do everything that's necessary to get this to the county in August before the November ballot. So the short answer is yes, today's the deadline.
It has to be voted on in a regular meeting?
In a regular meeting, which today is, the next regular meeting is August 11, and this is due to the county on August 12.
Okay.
Yeah. Which the next meeting doesn't allow for the veto period. So this is the last regular meeting at which all the timelines can be met before the county deadline.
Okay. Thank you for
You're
that
welcome.
clarification.
That conclude your remarks? Councilmember Butterfield?
Alex, so this would be an 1/8 of a cent tax.
Correct.
Generate around 20 mil a year, roughly, 19.5. Do you know the Clovis Veterans Memorial District? Do you know what their source of revenue, how much they get each year?
I don't have their revenues. I know they're a parcel tax, so that is there's a different
Right.
calculation. I don't know what their annual revenue is currently. I apologize.
No problem. I mean, because frankly, they obviously have set up something very great there. I think all veterans like it. I mean, it's a beautiful facility.
Yeah.
Do we have any sense of where we would want a facility, building? Do we have any?
Well, I think when we had this conversation, Councilmember Butterfield, the focus was obviously rehabilitating our Veterans Memorial Auditorium. And then obviously as the pods are now structured, it would be acquiring properties. What I envision is us leveraging resources with the Clovis Memorial District because they do come into the city of Fresno limits where we could have a partnership where, and it's important to note the restrictions that they have is that they are solely and exclusively only formed for facilities. They don't provide services for veterans. But within that model, what's been successful for them is that they do rent that facility out for events and functions, and it's become, I would say, more than self-sustaining. It's actually generating revenue. So what I anticipate and envision is us adopting a model similar to that, so that it can be self-sustaining long-term with regards to our veterans, and then providing the flexibility for services for them in those locations as well.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Alex. I'm fully in favor of this. I think also it is long overdue, and so I commend my colleagues for moving this forward. I generally do not support tax increases because I think we frankly are way overtaxed as a society, but there's clearly a need for veterans. I'm proud that this council put up the memorial outside City Hall. I think that's something we're all very proud of, and this is something we're also going to be very proud of as we continue to support veterans. It's my hope that the community will definitively support this. I think if they fully understand what this is, and Measure V is for veterans and how this money is going to be used, I think they will fully support it, and I think we will get the 2/3 vote. So I'm fully in favor of this and look forward to its passage in November. Thank you.
All right, I don't see anybody else punched up. All right, clerk, let's go ahead and take a roll call vote.
Approval of the 1010 Veterans Memorial item. Motion by Chavez, second by Council President Esparza. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Absolutely, yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
7-0.
7-0, all right, going to November. All right, that will conclude, I think, all the open session voting items. We do have, in the general administration, we've kind of had some casualties along the way. 3C was removed at the beginning, 3B removed thereafter. The time frame for the presenters at 3A moved on. Last one standing is the 3D workshop on the procedures for the street name changes. Yeah, a lot of casualties along the way in the general admin.
Council President, I just want to say, in case you lose me to the amazing not working Wi-Fi at the airport, that I read the presentation. I want to make sure that I'm crystal clear that I want to continue down the path of renaming Kings Canyon as a street and not the ceremonial option that's included in the PowerPoint. That's all. Thank you.
That is noted. Thank you, Councilmember Arias, but we encourage you to stay on as long as possible.
Good afternoon, Council President and Council members. Jill Gormley, I'm the Traffic Operations and Planning Manager with the Public Works Department. And this workshop today is to explain the process to change a street name as next steps for the potential renaming of California, Ventura, and Kings Canyon to Cedar Chavez Boulevard. Next slide. The general procedures to change a street name, any name of a street in the city of Fresno, consists of a technical review, public outreach, and public hearings. We've done this many times before. Think of Bulldog Lane, it used to be San Jose. Fig is now MLK. And like Bryan up in the northwest side is what used to be, is now Riverside, excuse me. Next slide. Is this the next slide? Oh. So the technical review of the proposed street names is done to avoid any duplications or confusions, especially for emergency responders and just people who are driving around the streets of the city of Fresno. The review is typically conducted by staff that are from the Department of Public Utilities, the Fire Department, and the Planning and Development Department, as well as representatives from the Post Office. Community outreach is done either by sending out mailers to property owners within 1,000 feet of the proposed street name that's being changed, or through a public notice published in the Fresno Bee. given the size of the corridor, or the length of the corridor, and our estimate of over 3,100 addresses being located along the corridor, it'd be most likely that the notices would be done through the Fresno Bee. After the community outreach is done, the recommendation would go to the Planning Commission for recommendation to approval for this board. Next slide. There are some expenses that would be associated with this effort. The application fee typically is around $11,700. That covers any staff time to prepare documentations. That would include CEQA work, public notices, any mailers, things of that nature. There's also expenses to replace the signs and the labor and materials to do that. We'd have to make new signs for all the intersections, thinking along the medians where we've got some of the signs that show Kings Canyon. And like I said before, we've got over 3,100 addresses that would be impacted by the change, the street name change. Next slide. That $135,000 of labor and material costs, again, goes to making new signs and then having staff install those. We do have to think about the freeway signs as well. That may be an extra cost depending on how we install those, but those are pretty large signs that also need to be updated, and that's typically done at the city expense and not at a state expense.
How much?
Right now, for our signs, we're estimating about $135,000.
The state signs.
Is that included in there? That's included in the 135.
Okay. Have they said that they wouldn't pay for them? Is that what you already talked to Diana Gomez?
Thank you. And Council Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. That we did get an answer from Diana's Deputy District Director over this area, and he referred us to state policy is that if a city or county changes the name, it is a city, it is not a state expense. We don't know if Caltrans would reconsider that, make any special exception, but they've cited numerous examples around the state where, again, the local municipality does pay.
Okay, thank you.
Next slide. There are also some challenges for the residents and the businesses along the corridor, and that can include their time and expenses to update any accounts, billings, things like driver's license, for those of us that still use personal checks. And also in the county, those areas, there are some areas along the corridor that fall either partially or entirely within the county. So we have some areas along Kings Canyon where the north side of the road is city jurisdiction and the south side is in the county, and changing the street name along those areas would require Board of Supervisor approval. Next slide. And to conclude, we wanted to just provide the option, or mention the option of doing a ceremonial name change. We've done a couple of these in the last few years to recognize residents and honor residents of Fresno. Most notably, we did Echo Avenue as Tom Seaver Lane, M Street as Audra McDonald Way, and I think the most recent one is Lane was ceremonially named Tim Lyles Way. And Public Works and Planning Department staff are available to answer any questions.
Okay, I don't see anyone punched up at this point.
I will say, Council President, as probably the only one on the dais who has actually done a name in Chester Riggins Boulevard, being replaced from Florence. This is on steroids. It is daunting, but you've got the right people who can quickly take care of that. We had 17 addresses that were affected, including the one being St. Rest, so that was pretty easy. for us, and considering he was the mailman of that area, it made it even easier. But I think you've got it again on steroids on this one, but I do think that you've got the right folks who could do the job.
All right. Well, that wraps up that workshop. That's the last public item for today.
Just, Council President, can I just ask, so where do we go from here? Like, when does the process start? This is obviously, you guys have laid out the steps. Where do we go from here?
Hi, good afternoon, Council President, Council members. Israel Trejo, Planning and Development Department. So the resolution that was approved a couple months ago required the formation of a committee. To my understanding, that hasn't been formed yet, so that will likely need to be formed before we can start the process, so they can help with the outreach of this proposal.
Okay. So
Councilmember Soria.
who's in charge of that?
Councilmember Soria, let me chime in. So we will be forming that committee. I think the purpose of today was just to flag this for the public in general. There will be individuals that were actually involved with the process last time that have a lot of the institutional knowledge and the background on not just the cost, but the outreach. We also will be reaching out to Senator Padilla's office, Congressman Costa's office as well, to ensure that we're able to leverage some resources. I understand there's some pots of money that will be available as well. And so I think next steps for us will be, and this is what I want to flag for the administration and city manager, we've had conversations about utilizing a lot of the organizations that work in the area to do some of the outreach. But I think the first step is forming that committee, Councilmember Soria, and then putting together a plan with some timelines on what we want to accomplish by a certain time on that. And that'll be actually be coming back to the council, so the council is engaged in that process as well.
And what's that timeline, Council?
We're looking at August on forming the committee, and then coming back and doing some of the legwork, obviously, in the fall here for the city.
Okay, thank you.
All right. No further questions, comments? All right, that wraps up the public portion of the meeting. City Attorney, for one, could you please read off the remaining closed session items?
In closed session today, we have conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Wallace versus City of Fresno, potential exposure to litigation, Central Valley NMTC Fund LLC versus City of Fresno. We would not expect to have any reportable items after closed session.
Okay, all right. Well, we were not here till 7:30 p.m. the way I thought we would be, so good job, everybody, for moving through this swiftly and efficiently. Thank you.
Don't jinx it.